Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S, and I hope you guys are having a great Sunday. And I want to cover some esoteric politics for today. And in particular, we're going to be covering several topics. We'll start with J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris economic policy and some strategy around that for the opposing party. And then I want to discuss. Uh, the Social Security hack that had recently happened was the largest hack of every American citizen's information that ever took place in history. So it's the largest hack. So I want to address that and what that could mean for digital IDs and some of the things that I saw rolling out on the global level around this concept of the digital ID. And then I want to talk about the UFO sightings. And so when we talk about like the esoteric politics, we're pretty much just looking beyond the veil of mainstream news, and we're taking into account uh, the the symbols and the mythology and the shadow aspect of politics, which dives into bloodlines and the occult, anything that is esoteric. So it's coming from the perspective of a mystic when we dive into the esoteric politics. And so that's important to know. So if you are looking for something that was a little more orthodox in terms of the political sphere, this may not be for you, because we do talk about the symbols. We talk about the bloodlines from which politicians may come from, and the history of those bloodlines, the shadow aspects of the government, some of which may be conspiracy, some of which is actually empirically true, which can be backed objectively with evidence. And so, we'll get into a myriad of topics. And so we'll start with recently, I had shared like some strategy for Trump going into, uh, the last leg of the election campaign, and in lieu of the rollout of Kamala Harris's housing policy. And so I just want to discuss some aspects of that housing policy, and to be honest, she she may be on to something, but there may be some bolts that um, or when we talk about looking under the hood, that may not fully account for this rollout of this plan that she has. But she's talking about building 3 million homes during her presidential reign. So I think they might have upped the number to 4 million, but when I had checked, it said 3 million. And so there's a plan for her to come out with these homes, 3 million of them. We don't know what type of home they are. Is these tiny homes? Are these starter homes? Is these town homes? Are these projects? Are these single family homes, multi-family homes? And so, it's interesting. It's interesting, I have to say. Then in addition to the housing plan, she announced that she would like to give a 25,000 subsidy for first time home buyers. So I guess this 25,000 would cover the closing costs of a home for the first time buyers. And so this is a part of a housing plan. Now on July 14th, I had uh, did a live video, and I spoke about how Trump needs to address housing, some sort of housing policy. Um, it was this video. I actually, yeah, this video right here on July 14th. Well, let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. This video right here, I had asked, I'm like, you might want to jump on this housing policy, some sort of housing policy for the American people. Now, that could have been an extension of an existing policy or added features to an existing housing policy. That could be Habitat for Humanity, something innovative with HUD and say tiny home. communities, even if we talk about bridging the business investment, real estate investment world with um, government in terms of uh, return on investment and profitability of such a venture. I would even, think of they have these gated communities for tiny home co-ops, like tiny homes all over the country that are being built. They're self-sufficient. They have their own community gardens. They'll have maybe a common house, things like that. But people are trying it out, and there's nonprofits all over the country that are doing these tiny home communities. I think it may be a little bit different than intentional communities, because what I do know is that um, they have there's nonprofits for this, and there's also investments. And so even if there was something to address a bridge between the business aspects. I know Trump is a businessman, and I know how these people think in terms of, like, if it doesn't make any money, we're not going to do it. But I do think there's a way to bridge, the investment in gated community homes, whether that be like the tiny homes, intentional villages, of things of that such, possibly a pilot program as a part of HUD. That could be something that could be thought of in terms of, like, well, how do you um, uh, do, like, invest in those type of things. I'll actually just pull it up right quick, because I want to get into Harris policy, investment. And let me just, because I know, let's see. No, from the point of view of, like, the business aspect. Tiny home community intentional. Anyways, I wanted to actually see if I could find, like, a plan briefly. Okay, here we go. So it's like something with, like, tiny home co-ops and land trust. Well, it doesn't have to be tiny home. I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example. But nonetheless, I actually want to stay on topic. Kamala, I'll get back into that topic in a little bit, but she's coming up with this 25,000 subsidy for first time home buyers. So a lot of the economists were coming forward to state their opinion on it. Many said it was a bluff. Many felt like they said it was a come on marketing strategy, in terms of where you deliver something that is appealing on a surface level, but not taking into account all of the factors in terms of the rising inflation of the cost of the home, or the potentiality for this $25,000 subsidy to actually raise the cost of homes nationwide. So where technically this $25,000 wouldn't really benefit the American people, or perhaps even it can be finagled in a way where the $25,000 get pocketed by those who own the real estate, BlackRock. I'm just giving an example. But nonetheless, I actually think that this would be cool theoretically or conceptually, without at first glance. I mean, someone says you're going to get $25,000 for a down payment for first time home buyers. I'm not a homeowner, so I would be a first time home buyer. So this would actually benefit me. I'm like, okay, what, a $25,000 subsidy. Shit. Tiny homes is what, 20,000. You could get a good ass tiny home for 25,000. So all you need is a plot of land at that point. So this $25,000, you can get a tiny home for $11,000. For those of us that's still young and don't really want to, you know, uh, get no big old multi-family house or some shit. You could spend $11,000 for a tiny home. So all you need is a damn plot of land out somewhere, off grid, or in on a plot of land by the city or whatever, or suburb. And so obviously a lot of the young people, they're not going to admit it. Across the board, a lot of Americans are like $25,000 subsidy, and then the millennials are all going tiny homes. They're renting RVs out. They call it van life. They're literally living out of vans. Millennials are living out of vans and calling that van life, and as it's something so cool. They're living out of fucking boxes, damn near, these tiny homes, because we're in so high, and things are just not affordable. And so this $25,000 subsidy for first time home buyers, we talking about people that's in their 20s and 30s and shit. This honestly, at its first glance, people would jump on that. And then she's talking about giving $6,000 credit for each for the first child, or some of $6,000 for the child tax credit. I think it got to be like your first child or a newborn baby or something. Maybe it's here. Did I read that correctly? Was it 6,000? Okay, let's see this. Okay, here we go. Harris also proposed an additional new $6,000 child tax credit for families with a child in the first year of life. Okay, so it has to be the first year of life. So imagine a 28, 29-year-old, the 30-year-old, they just now got married. They have first time home buyer and they just had a baby. And they're white, black, whatever age, Latino. And they realize, okay, Harris got a $25,000 subsidy. Okay, we want to buy a home, and there's our child, we just had our baby and we get a $6,000 tax credit. I mean, we're talking about people that or people that maybe like just found out they're 3 months pregnant, they're 2 months pregnant, they're 4 months pregnant, and they married, and they thinking of buying a home soon. So they thinking like, I'm telling you what they thinking. And then they just expanded that student loan forgiveness plan. I'm telling you, we saw that email from the Department of the Secretary of the Department of Education. We saw that, and so when we think, I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. Like a lot of people will be like, that's kind of like something that will benefit us. And I know that those that got those in politics or whatever, they already tenured in terms of the salary that they make and the paydays that they take and under table deals that they got. And so they probably scoffed at this 25,000. Did y'all hear? Now Nancy Pelosi literally just made $10 million this week from Nvidia. I think Nvidia was one of the stocks in her portfolio that she had got to clean up $10 million in one motherfucking week. I think she did she buy Nvidia at 99 and then it just shot up? But like shit like that, she probably then had it, just had it average weighted or whatever. But that like like they probably looking like that do 25,000 and that 6,000, that ain't nothing. But for the average commoner, the average American, they're like that just got out of college, that got student loans, they got all types of shit that's just found out they 1 month, 2 month pregnant, that's about to get married, or they want to buy a home, they saving up for a damn home already, and they realize they only 20,000 short. They only 15,000 short. And Kamala is talking about a $25,000 subsidy. So a lot of people, they quiet and now they want to say she's a commie, a socialist for offering that. Dumb people, they know they sitting in their head. Y'all try to act like everybody got Trump money. Y'all Americans don't got Trump money. Trump is Trump. Trump has his legacy and the pedigree that he comes from, but that's not the average American's pedigree. So I know y'all looking like this 25 G's, for a first time home. I think as it rolls out, it sounds good, but then there's always a trick bag with everything. You can't just take everything at face value, though we would like to, of course. But there's a lot of economists, there's a lot of people that are in real estate that know the real estate business that have spoken out in terms and talked about the feasibility of it, the potential implications of what this will look like if it was rolled out. And so I know Grant Cardone just said it was a come on marketing campaign where you promise all these things, you're going to promise to deliver all these things, and then it gets people excited, and so it plays on their emotions and the emotional base, and then the need base of the fact that Americans need housing. Americans, are kind of struggling with the housing and the rent, and so it's like, oh, this emotional need but in terms of the hoodwink, that's something that we have to look at. Like, would this rise the cost of the housing market? And how do we deal with inflation? Like, how are we going to deal with these things? No. And then you usually need 30%. Was it 20%, right? 20% for the down payment. So that technically was about 37,000. So the 25,000 would be one thing, but then you still may need to, depending on the value of the home. but you typically need about a good 37,000. And so this plan is 25,000. And so, people are thinking about it, but it's like the tax credit. Then she copied part of Trump's plan, which was to cut the taxes on the tips for a lot of the hospitality workers. And so she copied that verbatim, that she added that to hers as well. And so, this is her economic plan. Let me see the plan on inflation. What did she say she wanted to do with inflation? She was calling this price gouging, but I don't understand. I thought that those were always two different things: the inflation and price gouging from corporations. But maybe she has a different perspective. So let me look at this here. Say companies use their outsized role in a given market to raise prices with a fair competitor. Okay, so I guess these mega corporations, and there's some extreme consolidation in the food industry, which has led to higher prices. So I guess there was a study from the Federal Trade Commission that the prices have increased. I don't see how the price gouging, price fixing, and just plain profiteering are rampant in the food and grocery sector. Okay, why are y'all just now speaking out about that? Why are you just now saying something about that, honey? More government to reduce the food and grocery concentration and stop the cheating that is costing families dearly. But you know what? Again, we talk about the esoteric, and so when we think like, okay, you've been in office for 4 years and you didn't say anything about this. What was you doing? And this whole time, they have their orders that they have to take in terms of how they're going to move. And so, when it comes to like uh, the differences between the way Biden ran his administration and just the vice president. Is the vice president a sitting head? Is it, what do they do? Like, what is that? What are their roles in terms of the power that they can wield? And I can look that up. But we always thought they had some sort of power, but because even the way Trump was like, "Oh, you guys are not voting you guys are voting for me." He's just a running mate for the. When he talked about the vice president, like it was just like no big deal. Um, and so it makes me think, what exactly, what are their duties? And so it just I'm on a website now. It just says that at the moment's notice, you have to be able to assume the presidency. If here, go right here, I'll show you. If the president is unable to perform his or her duties, so at a moment's notice. So that could be the death, the resignation, the temporary incapacitation. Sorry, um, that's what it says. So I guess and when we think about that, did she really even have a role to really do something? Because it's right here. Like it doesn't look like they do anything. They just have to be at a moment's notice, ready to assume the presidency if the president is unable to perform his or her duties. That's it. So, when we say, "Well, Kamala, why didn't you do anything over these 4 years?" And will she pass the bulk? I think it's a good strategy to press her on it though, because they have some say that's your running mate. I mean, you got the president on speed dial, so you can advise, right? You can do research and come up with proposals and things and ideas and have table talk or I do think that there is a little something, some wiggle room. I don't think she had no say, but it's interesting. But nonetheless, what I would say about this inflation plan, I mean, about this housing plan, economic plan, whether you want to call Americans low information voters or not, or people that's not going to be well researched, we do know that humans are creatures of convenience and creatures of habits. And, when you hear someone say $25,000 subsidy and a $6,000 credit for a newborn baby, and then what was the other part of the tax? She already copied Trump's plan of no taxes on the tips for the hospitality workers. Where's that child thing? And then the restoration of the expanded child tax credit of $36,000 per child expired in 2022. So she's bringing that back. A lot of people like that $3,600 per child. So that had expired in 2022. I didn't know that. Okay. So some support from there was some support from economists, and they said it will offset tax reduction. So there, um, Hamilton of George Washington University said that the child tax credit expansion is fantastic. So this is something I would say that at its surface, whether it's you call them a low informational voter or not, it's an emotional vote. And people out here, they have families, people have children or want to have kids. People just found out they pregnant. People want to buy a home. They just graduated. They got student loan debt, and they found out they got these expansion, these programs that they qualify, that they just sent out last week that can apply to them. They're going to be thinking of that, and people are going to vote in their best interests. And so what I would say with Trump in response to him knowing that, I had said, like, right here in this video, you need to come up with a housing policy. And no lie, this same week, this video was published on July 14th. Do you know that following week, Biden had announced a housing policy, a housing to do a price gouge on rent. Now, as we know, July 21st, Biden had stepped down from the race. And so he did that, I want to say, like, either that Monday or like that Tuesday. He comes out with unveil a plan for housing relating to caps on rent. And then he steps down, which, gave Trump a little bit of time to develop some sort of housing economic policy. And then Kamala comes forth with hers. And so the Democrats did take that initiative on. This is the third thing that they have took it on that was strategized for Trump to take on. The pardon of Julian Assange, an AI executive order, or AI department, the Department of Artificial Intelligence, to govern intelligence-centered design. A whole department of intelligence-centered design to assess for the ethics, the biases, and the research and development and innovation of artificial intelligence. Biden comes out with an executive order. It's a little bit different than what I was thinking of, but they still nonetheless came out with an executive order. Yes, Trump to pardon Julian Assange. A week later, actually said there was be some type of pardon. A week later, Trump says he's considering pardoning Julian Assange, and then Biden has him do the United States having to do the plea deal, and then get him out. He pleads guilty, and then he's now, I think he's back in Australia right now. Wait, is he back? Yeah, he's back in Australia. And so, they're finding ways to undermine the Trump campaign. And I support Trump because of his executive orders on human trafficking and child trafficking. I'm going to make that very clear. I also did like some of the things in the Platinum Plan for Black America. I felt like that was a start, as well as something that could have been expanded on. But mainly, I have to say mine was more of me liking those executive orders about the child trafficking and dealing with human trafficking and those tough policies around that. And so that was my main driving factor. And we got to figure between Biden at that time, Kamala was not she was not the presidential candidate. It was Biden. And so for me, it was more pragmatic in principle and more so on a high horse in terms of me wanting to see more executive orders around that human trafficking. I'm not going to hold you. I've been saying that for years. Even in my private life, I've always been saying that. That's just the main reason. But at that time between Biden and Trump, and what I saw in terms of that debate and Biden's hiccups and hangups and walking up the stairs and falling, all this shit, and body doubles and all this, and face masks. And I'm just kidding, I added that in there for those who can read beyond the veil. Yeah, body doubles and shit, growing ears, a different size ears, a different height. Let me not get too deep. But yeah, we was like, we voting for Trump, you know. It was definitely given a definite Trump victory. You know. But then the Democrats, they strong, I don't want to say they blackmail, but they pressured, because they honestly, they took my last DNC video down, so I kind of had to be careful of what I say. Like, I don't know what I said in my last DNC video that I did. So they pressured Biden to step down. And so they put, they didn't have no primary convention or no nomination or nothing like that. The people didn't get a vote. It immediately went to Kamala. I hope I'm saying her name, because I just found out that I was pronouncing her name wrong. It's Kamala, or I was saying Kamala, so I guess it is Kamala. Um, so yeah, now she's the nominee. And so it was a whole different energy pool that they were doing. Some of it, people still felt she don't have a shot in hell. She don't have a chance. And there were people that felt more what's it called? Reinvigorated. They felt like, okay, that a new spark of energy, because they did not care for the Biden presidency. So with Kamala, um, being the candidate now, it sparked like a fire under the DNC. They didn't seem too happy with Biden running. They didn't feel like they were going to win, or they didn't feel confident in his competency. Um, and so here you have it. And so now we got uh, Kamala running. And I don't have like a loyalty to one party. I'm not a Democratic shield, and I'm not a Republican shield. I do vote in my best interest. I'm not going to hold you. There's nothing miraculous about my vote. I don't feel loyal to either one, but I do like a president that I think would be for the American people, at least fight, push back, and challenge the shadow government, the elites, the corporations in which they have to serve. And I won't say serve, but talking in code. Let me stop. That they have to, the corporations that influence politics, the lobbyists, the oligarchs, it's important. And we're covering esoteric politics, so yes, we go deep. We talk about the deep state and the shadow and stuff, and that's not really too esoteric, because Trump was talking about draining the swamp and dealing with the deep state. So there is a deep state. There are certain conglomerates. You don't want to just be so conspiratorial. There's conglomerates, there's coalitions, uh, there's societies, and that have a considerable amount of influence and power in this country. And so they call the shots. You got hedge funds, you have BlackRock, you have major banking institutions and finance institutions, even tech oligarchs, techocracies now, that influence the American government, to be quite frank, literally the American government. And so you need a president that will stand up to that, draw their boundaries. Obviously, you don't get too much of a say, perhaps, but you get enough. I'm looking for someone that, guys, is somewhat of a spine, and that will think of America's best interest, not just from the oligarchy sense, but as well as the American people, all American people, American citizens, in terms of how we deal with our foreign policy, how we deal with trade, how we deal with our reputation on the global scale, diplomacy, wars. All of those things is what I'm thinking about. What are the way our intelligence agencies are run under certain presidents, the Department of Homeland Security, the NSA. All those things are important to me when I think of a candidate. And so I felt like what was best for America, and it's not what I felt like. This is what I still feel. I still feel. I'm just kind of looking like at Kamala's policies. I'll be honest, but I still feel that Trump is the better candidate for me personally. Even when we talk about the shadow side, and we know that the Department of Homeland Security, they have certain watch lists, and we know how they've been able under the Democratic Party. They do go after conservatives. They'll go after they will put you on a list for just supporting Trump. It's a lot of Black Americans, a lot of Americans in general dealt with that. There were people that had their bank accounts frozen because they came out as conservatives and supporting Trump. We're talking about, this is verified. Like, this is stuff that people have came forward and said, like, their bank account was completely frozen. When they researched this, because they had ties to funding conservative groups, or supporting Trump openly and organizing for Trump, working on his campaign and all these type of things. This stuff has happened. And so for me personally, I felt that was a little concerning. I felt that was a bit much. And when we talk about, like, for those of us that speak up a lot, scholars, activists, people in the scholar space, whether you're activists, even if you're an unorthodox priestess, those type of things, believe it or not, when we talk about mass surveillance of Americans and the things, some of the things that I witnessed, I personally, I don't like the way it's ran under Democratic Party. It's just simple as that. So that's how I feel. And I also don't like the way the Democratic Party has done Black Americans, to use chicanery and technology, to be honest, to present a facade of them being the party for the Black Americans, and usurping up to 95% of the Black American vote, only for us to not ever get any benefit of it. In fact, many of Democratic run cities, look, a mess. The Democratic run cities, come on, we just looked at Oakland, and we were looking at Skid Row and all these things, and it was happening in Baltimore, and so it's like, it turned me off. It didn't turn me on to the Republicans though, but it turned me off on the Democrats for sure. And so I have always been registered independent. I did vote for Obama when I was 18 years old. I didn't know what the hell's going on. 18 years old, I had just graduated high school, literally, and I went to my high school to vote because my Hutch Tech holds voting at that time, and so I was literally just turned 18, or 18 or 19. I think I might have been 19. I was like 19, and I went to my high school to vote for Obama. What does an 18-year-old know, or 19-year-old know, right? And so I was like, okay, Obama. We were still into that. He's Black thing. We've come a long way. But nonetheless, I've been registered independent, and I don't feel like the Republicans have put enough sweat equity into earning wide spreads of the Black American vote either. So I'm not one to try to get my people to vote for a Republican, or I want us to make pragmatic, principled decisions for ourselves in terms of how we do that. I'm not here to do groupthink. Unless y'all want to, we come up with a plan and a strategy of how we doing it, and it makes logical sense, and I'll go with groupthink. But I would support a Black American into whatever, who they want to vote for. So I'm not here to say, oh, you need to vote for Trump, or you need to vote for Kamala. I'm not Ricky Smiley. I'm not going to shame you and badger you over the fucking head because you have a different opinion or a different perspective. As an individual unit of awareness, of consciousness. Okay. So I'm not going to pull a Ricky Smiley on you. And I didn't appreciate that, Ricky Smiley, that you talking to Black Americans like that. That was out of line, honey. So please don't do that again. But yes, I think that whatever decision you guys decide to make, even if that means you want to sit it out, or the sit out thing, I was against it. I just felt like we should be more proactive in terms of, like, well, do you guys want to do something third party? Do you want to, this is a bust for 2024. Do I want to take the time to plan something for a third party, or what was the actions from that? Like in terms of just sitting on the couch, as you guys said. So that to me was like, well, how about we if 2024, we may not have enough time, but what about starting to pack and coming up with some sort of third party, or running our own candidate for 2028. Like those are things that I was thinking about just on principle in terms of energy dispersion, because I know the esoteric meaning behind voting and registering to vote, and uh, this law of amorality. Oh, there's some deeper occult stuff behind all this. Vote means to bow, and what are you register to bow to an agenda, to one of these parties, Republican or Democrat, but they have a shadow aspect in terms of the conglomerates that back them, the mafias that back them, the intelligence agencies that support them, the different figureheads, secret societies that back these parties. You have to know all of these things. You have to know the symbols, the agendas, the entities that are attached to these parties. DNC just announced that they are willing to do free abortion at the DNC convention. We just saw that. This is not a rumor. They are publishing this. You can go into the DNC and get a free abortion while you're going to listen to the Democrats in the DNC convention. That is absolutely ludicrous. Sounds like Moloch. I mean, is this we holding some sort of altar or some type of ritual? Like, this is what we talk about the esoteric politics. This is what we talk about when we say esoteric politics. We know that child sacrifice, Moloch. I mean, y'all doing is the energy harvesting. They let them literally scrape out motherfuckers at the DNC. Okay, y'all think? Let me just pull this up because I want y'all at least to see it. DNC free. Let me make sure my sound is on because we going deep today. At least make sure my sound is still on because they be doing me dirty every time I. Hey, Valiant Thor. Um, yeah, we just. I see your question. You said, "What's stopping her now?" Yeah, that's a valid point. Some would say that the vice president really doesn't do anything. They don't have much of a say, but yeah, what is stopping her now from even putting the bug in Trump's ear? Then he retracted some things, keeping more money overseas. Okay, so that's a retracted. They raised taxes. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's right here. Let me pull this up. Yes, Planned Parenthood offering free abortions, vasectomy at the DNC. So I mean, that looks crazy to me. Like it's not that deep. Like I think that the decisions of what a woman want to do with her womb and the life that she. I believe in womb management. I don't believe in child prevention and all these things. And I believe in womb management between a couple, especially a woman's role in womb management. That means knowing when you're fertile, when you're infertile, knowing what sort of contraceptive plans you want to take. Are you going to go to holistic route, the herbal route? I did a video giving women alternatives, like literally herbal conscious birth control that had like 87%, 88% uh, prevention of fetus of sperm implementation. So fertilizing of the egg, pretty much like 87% will prevent the sperm from fertilizing the egg. Like the video is on here. I was giving multiple different types of herbs for women. And then we talked about the digital calculator to calculate your fertility and when you're fertile, and you know we talked about even the birth control, just even your menstruation for women that are comfortable having intercourse on their cycle. There's different types of womb management. Obviously you have condoms, the female condoms and male condom. So there's a lot of women that go for birth control. I don't promote conventional birth control. I don't even promote these type of Planned Parenthood abortion type thing. I mean, there are herbs that will give you abortion. There are herbs. I mean, there's no contact tribes, no lie. They got some. I don't even want to get into all of that. I don't know if I'm talking too much, but they got all types of stuff, man. Where you don't have to go. You could take a herb that will give you a spontaneous miscarriage. Like that's common knowledge to me. So I'm not gonna, if that's not common knowledge for the average American, I understand that. I'm not. I don't want to cast any judgments, but I just wish as women we had a more holistic approach to womb management and taking a considerable amount of power of that role, but also making sure that we're doing it in ways that serve our bodies and make sure we're not doing anything that's going to harm the body, getting scraped out, taking certain medicines that can cause other side effects, a bunch of side effects. I would like to see us do more of the holistic way, like the herbs that I gave on that the last video. Um, Even I know people don't like to wear condoms, especially if you're married or whatever, but the simple condom and stuff, certain methods, but this is where we're at. They're doing this free. You can get no lie. You got to be kidding me. If this is not a ritual, I don't know what is. And I do think that this is inappropriate. I don't know the end game with this. Honestly, y'all should have just gave out some damn food. If y'all, I mean, y'all loved it anytime the DNC come, y'all give out what? Collard greens and hush puppy and shit like that. Y'all probably would have been better off doing that because that's something we expect. This is totally outrageous to me. And then you got people, they are waking now. It's people that's like, that sound like a ritual. That sound like they trying to do child sacrifice to Moloch. And people are literally saying this all on Twitter. They are literally going around talking about this stuff. And so whether that's neither here or there, that's obviously conspiratorial. But let's be real. Like this is not this not the state's, that's not the government's role to be in or for or be before or against anything that has to do with a woman's management of her womb. That's not the government's business. It's just not. It's just not. Whether you want to ban it or whether you want it free, I just don't believe in it. I believe that humans and women should be practicing their own womb management within the confines of their household with their mate, and that they need to be coming up with together ways that they're going to prevent. There are male herbs. There are herbs for males that will also act as birth control. We already talked about neem for the men. If you want to, create a spermicide, you could take neem, and then it's birth control for the males. And neem is very healthy for you. But for the women, you have angelica root. You got all types of things for the females as well. There needs to be planning. Like, when do you take the autonomy over your own motherfucking life, especially your privacies, penis and vagina? When are you going to take the responsibility even for that? Like, that's crazy. That the government think that they could just come and offer free abortions and dictate you're going to get abortion or say that you're not going to get abortion. That ain't none of your motherfucking business. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. And then, for us, a lot of the us women's, that are practicing chastity for our priesthood or for our power, or because we just don't want to fuck right now. It's been abstinence has been easy for us. What is it? What they call it, abstinence or celibates? That's called celibacy, not abstinence. Celibacy has been easy for a lot of women. You know, um, even attractive women and women that are sexually appealing. We have, if we know that we know how babies come. We know how shit rolls. We know if a nigga sperm ain't in you can risk getting pregnant. So obviously we know the best way to not get pregnant is to not have sex. And if you don't have sex, you got to realize that is a possibility. And so they are totally out of line to be offering some damn free abortions and shit at the DNC convention. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? But like we said, it's esoteric politics. Nothing is as it seems. Nothing is as it seems. And so they have their agendas. But nonetheless, honestly, that's why I have more conservative views. The Black American community has more conservative views in general around a lot of things. And so there was a lot of demarcation in terms of the bridge between Black Americans' interests and goals and agenda versus what the Democratic Party was offering and what they are doing. There's a bunch of they let the border wide fucking open. Now they talk about monkeypox in the United States and shit like that. And so a lot of us are thinking like, what the fuck are you here for? What are you around for? That's how a lot of Black Americans feel about the Democratic Party. What the fuck are you here for? You just told us you ain't gonna do nothing for Black people. You just brought in a bunch of fucking illegal immigrants to undermine our voting power or undermine our resources and even our jobs. And yes, uh, I really want to say, because I'm very offended that people would say, "Oh, those wasn't the jobs y'all was applying for. Those were agricultural jobs. Those was jobs that Black Americans was not applying for. Those were factory jobs." That's bullshit. A lot of Black Americans would take any type of job, and there's a lot of tech jobs that's going to uh, that's going to illegal immigrants. And I won't say illegal, but did you know immigrants? And I'm at the point in my life, I'm not trying to take from what another motherfucker got or what how another motherfucker go about getting theirs and the ways they want to do that. But I don't want nobody doing it to me, you know. And we know how American politics and American policies, they pick winners and losers. It's a matrix ass system. They force you to compete where there's no necessary competition. They force you to have this zero sum mindset of a game when it's really abundance and enough for everybody, technically, globally, let alone in this country. But they create the us versus them narratives, of course. But at the end of the day, it's a very real narrative because it becomes somebody's direct loci of reality. And yes, perception is reality, but if you are programming humans to think this is your enemy, they're taking this from you, they're doing this to you, and then you see the actual real ramifications of you not able to get fucking jobs. There was a black man that black people just was saying they applied for 200 motherfucking jobs, went to all these interviews, not getting the job. There are black people saying that they when they find out they got a black name, they don't get the interview. So they changed their name to a white sounding name, submitted the same resume, and then finally got the job. Finally got the interview. Like, and obviously that's a lawsuit right there. But like, this is the type of shit that's happening. This is literally the type of shit that's happening. People applying for 80 jobs and shit and not getting nothing. 6 months to find a job, and these are black Americans. And so that is disgraceful for that to happen in this country. A lot of these people are educated. They're over qualified for the positions that they're getting because they got bachelor's and master's degrees, and we already know the scam with the education system around that in employment. And so, you know, we're talking about people that got master's degrees, PhDs. We're talking about people that even if they just got bachelor's degrees and they need work immediately, and so they're willing to maybe be underemployed for a little while. They can't even get those type of positions either because they're going to give them to an illegal immigrant or whatever. And so the idea of, oh, those are not the type of jobs that our people was going for. A job is a motherfucking job, and you don't know people's situation. And people have mouths to feed, food to put on the table and shit, bills to pay. You don't know what they may need at that time to dictate what type of jobs a black American usually gets or don't get. It's black Americans that work in factories. There are black Americans that work at Amazon. There are black Americans that work in the universities, medical field, construction, law, legal, all types of things, finance, marketing, sales, business, entrepreneurs. It's a lot. We work in all motherfucking fields. Agriculture. We just saw what's happening with the black farmers. Agriculture, all types of things, consulting. So we are in all spheres. So every job counts because we got people from all different type of socioeconomic status. And so if they need them factory jobs, a Purdue Tyson factory job, Amazon job, it's a lot of our people. Man, I've seen it. We've seen the videos. Actually, I'm pretty sure there's like footage still of this stuff where I forgot what happened. They had some that they it was a bunch of illegal immigrants that was a company. It was like a chicken factory or something like that. And they either had got shut down or they was something where they had to go back to wherever they was. So they didn't have enough workers. And they put out an open call, like just an open call for they needed workers. And it was nothing but black people that showed that said, oh, if you show up today, you will have a job. Like if you show up right now, because they lost their workforce somehow. They lost their workforce. So I take it was something illegal about what they were doing. And this is a story. I mean, this happened like years ago, so I don't have the article on me right now. And then they put out that say if you show up right now, it's an open call. People calling their friends, yo, let's go up there. Let's go up there. They go up there and they got a motherfucking job right then and there. They didn't even really do no interview. It was they said you needed your motherfucking ID. You needed your ID, whatever, prove you American citizen or some shit, and fill out some, your the typical whatever, the W-9 or what was it, W-2 or so, W-9 and shit, and whatnot, and you got a job. And there were a lot of black people that did that, ran up there to that chicken factory. What I will say, chicken factory, Lord, whatever the factory was. I think it was Purdue though. It was like Tyson or Purdue. If it wasn't them, whatever the company that was that got caught having a bunch of illegal immigrants and they had to send them back, or they got shut down, or something happened with the workforce. Whatever that company was, that's the story I'm talking about. So jobs are important. Businesses are important. Even more important is our business class. So we need, for us as a people, I would love to see this government find a way to really support our black business class. And so the Democratic Party, y'all be on some more other shit. Y'all promoting anything that got to do with anything except anything that has to do with your voting base, with your main voting base. Y'all promoting abortion. Y'all promoting uh, LGBTQ. Y'all promoting minors getting transgender surgeries. Y'all promoting all types of stuff that don't really speak to the agenda of the Black American, the average Black American. Obviously, we do have LGBTQ in our community, and so they obviously those would be policies for them, but we don't have anything collectively that is advantageous that will make us want to to continue to support the Democratic Party. Obviously, you could turn that around, but that's the work that y'all must do. And y'all have not been willing. Y'all want to be stubborn. Y'all got y'all master that y'all got to serve, and they have designated the Black American the sacrificial lamb of the caste system, of the American racial stratification system. And so y'all don't budge. The Republicans don't budge, and y'all practice benign neglect. And so um, we at that point have to make a decision of how much we want to participate within the system, but then also as far as our energy and our very lives and souls, like what are our next steps? What strategies do we take? Do we participate, or do we make this consentient decision to undermine Democrats by just voting Republican? Is that even sufficient? Is that even a good strategy? Um, we can talk about those things. We have been talking about those things, and so um, I personally prefer a Trump candidacy because he was dealing with doing he was harsh on the human trafficking. I do like more of an American first agenda of policies of neutralization in terms of more of a individualization over globalization, investment in American infrastructure, uh, things that will free up resources for Black Americans, would be that platinum plan, inadvertent policies that end up benefiting us, those type of things. But I do have to say, now that Kamala is the candidate, there is a different energy shift around that versus when Biden was running. And that's just real shit. Like when Biden was running, I mean, it was pretty much a shoo-in. Like it was pretty much like there's no way that Trump's going to lose. There's no way, because that even if the powers that be, even if the elites wanted to swing it towards a Biden, it wouldn't even been believable that Americans, it was just a strange energy. It was uncomfortable. So they go with Harris, and she's coming out with these policies. And I do know, energetically wise, esoteric, we talk about the spiritual aspects. I do know that they are pulling a lot of the energy towards them. They're putting a lot of energy towards them, and one of the ways in which they are doing this is through offering these type of economic policies. $25,000 first time buyers, 6,000 for your child in the first year, no taxes for hospitality workers on your tips, and free abortion for those that's still in that mindset, and things for all different types of shit. And people are, they're pulling energy. I can feel that they're pulling energy from Trump. They're pulling a lot of energy because this Trump had this in the bag. I ain't even gonna hold you. Trump, he was running against Biden. It was no doubt in our mind, especially after the this situation with the victim Thomas Crooks of MK Ultra, who the inside job that the Secret Service pulled, whatever they were doing with trying to, run a play on Trump. They were trying to take him out. And they had that play. They ran a play, and it backfired. And so a lot of things come out about that whole thing, and not justifying what Thomas Crooks did, because obviously what he did was obviously a crime. But 20-year-old and Patsy, I would say Patsy, it seems like a Patsy situation, an inside type of thing. It really did, from the outside looking in. And so when that transpired and we saw like that looked very desperate, and the details of that come out, and it's like, okay, Trump got this, like Trump, so there is an energy pull that the DNC is doing, and they're pulling that. They about to spend $350 million on ads. Do y'all know that is the largest advertising amount that has ever been spent in political history? $350 million on ads they about to spend to talk about this $25,000 down payment on a home, and 6,000 for your first child and shit like that. The children of first year. We talking about people that have a child in their first year. Imagine if you got twins, you got quadruplets. That's quadruplets. That's their first year. You just had them. People found out they got twins and shit. So they're pulling a lot of energy from. We talking about this is a battle for the hearts and minds of the people, and the frequency. What type of frequency do we want this country to be on? And I honestly don't like it from neither the Democrats or the Republicans. I have to say the frequencies of both parties. I don't like the energy. I don't think. I think that it's not vibrant enough. It's not innovative enough. It's not indicative of an American spirit in terms of the vivaciousness of global leadership, the intelligence, the brilliance, the vibrancy, the brightness, the light that America should be known for. I don't think either party represents that enough for me. I like to see innovation and investment in the innovation capability of the production of the company, of the country rather. We know that America is a corporation, so Freudian slip there, company. But yeah, let's go there. When we talk about just the innovation of American products, American technology, American military, American global reputation, American finance, American GDP, our consumer price index, these things that I'm looking at, and I don't think either one is just like, ugh, like hitting it for me. That gets me excited, as because I think that there's old energy, this old vanguard, old, what is it? It's like the establishment, both sides of the same parties, both sides of the same coin. It's establishment, and you could feel that. But establishment gets stagnant, and establishment uh, starts to live in illusion. And any country that doesn't want to deal with the truth will fail, as Manly P. Hall would say. Any country that doesn't deal with the truth will fall. It will fall. And so I would say, in terms of the energy around when the country was founded, even when we talk about the George Washington, the more we get esoteric, and the founding John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, all them niggas, code, and the 8 presidents before that, code. Um, but yeah, like you could feel that. I could feel that energy still to this day. I know that may be hard for those that's like, okay, you're not spiritual or whatever. You ain't come here for spirituality. You came here for politics. We talk esoteric though. So we do deal with the metaphysics, and I can still feel the energy of the those founding those people that we call them founding fathers, quote unquote. But that science, that the more science that they were building as craftsmen, building this country with, the drafting of the Constitution, the energy of Philadelphia, like that. The George Washington policies or neutralization of building up a power base until World War One in what 1918, 1917. World War One, 1917, 1918. World War One. Let me look that up. I actually want to look that up just for information's sake. When was World? That was 1917. World War One. What's the timeline? Oh, it ended in 1918. I was saying it was 1914 and 1918. It ended in 1918. Okay. World War One ended in 1918. It started in 1914. But before then, we were pretty neutral country. We weren't a power base before then. But you could feel the vibrancy of the energy of being a young country that is building up economy and building scaling and build. You could feel that. Obviously, you had slavery at the time as well, so the country was being built by off of the backs of Black Americans. To be frank, and it was built by Black Americans. So you could feel that energy. You could feel that. You could feel the inventions. There were patents, 50,000 patents from 1870 through 1940. You guys do know that 50,000 patents just from Black Americans alone. You could feel that energy. 50,000 patents from 1870 to 1940. Just that alone, by Black Americans, mind you. That doesn't even account all the other uh, people, the other white people that were the white people that were inventing as well. And so Black Americans invented more inventions than any other country in the world except for Germany and Germany, you want to say, or is it England by that time? It's like we're like just Black Americans alone, like number two in the world for inventing. And those patent numbers are clearly available. There's history around this. There's books on this. Anybody could just go Google Black American inventions, and you can get control numbers. You can get patent numbers. You can get control numbers and the names of who of these patents I'm talking about. This is not just imaginary shit. This country buries obviously that type of history. When we think about your refrigerators and your air conditioners and your microphone and your call forwarding, your the touch screen. These are Black American inventions. And so we're talking about that energy. That's the energy I'm talking about. The craftsman energy of vibrancy, of innovative spirit. Then we had the tech companies. There was a National Science Foundation that funded a lot of, as well as the CIA, had funded a lot of vibrant tech company. You have Uber, you had Facebook, you had um, Instagram, you had Twitter, you got all of these, Airbnb and shit. These are cool American software. Like American is still good with software. I don't see that push for that. The National Science Foundation, when is the last investment? These are the type of that energy of power. Like it's something that's missing. And we need that. So we got our technocracy in place, but where's that innovative energy in Silicon Valley? We still have even when we think about the innovations of artificial intelligence, that's still Microsoft and Google and we have Nvidia, but they're new. But then I don't know if that CEO is American. I know he's probably is American, but I know he's Asian, but he's probably Asian American is what I mean. But yeah, it's like what's going on here? And that translates from the way the government runs itself, the bureaucracy around the government in terms of their investments in your innovation, your research and development, um, the type of things you're going to get into, the innovations around even your education systems, from the university level all the way down to the public schools, the state schools. It's stagnant. It's a lot of stagnation, stagnant energy in this country. That's why a lot of Americans are so restless. That's why a lot of Americans are pulling teeth and hauling ass, because they could feel that too. They could feel like the things that were once readily available, this American dream, is not as attainable as everyone thought, because of the way the top down economic policies run, the way the government is being ran, the policies around immigration and war, and it's just taking an ugly turn. And so I don't think either party does enough to address that. I don't think that they get the right strategists that would can bridge the gap between financial sustainability of these corporations and good American policy that benefits the American people. I know the establishment does not care about that in terms of the deep state, as we say. They don't care about that, but then they're going to crash and burn. I can see it. There, you can try to strategize and bring a bunch of illegal immigrants over to take over voting, give them voting rights, and give them all these housing to undermine, to further bury certain groups, or to chastise Americans. Come up with all these new lockdown measures or whatever mandate they like. None of that stuff is going to work. You eventually are going to have to enmesh yourself and integrate yourself with the will of the fucking universe. It's just common sense. The universe bends towards intelligence, innovation, love, enlightenment, and justice. And so for any government on planet Earth to think that they can just do the opposite of that long term, you're insane. Eventually, you're gonna pay. Emmanuel Kant talked about this. Like he knew he was talking to the powers that be. He was literally saying, "Hey, don't kill me. I just want to tell you, we actually can do these things if we do it right. We can, people had their thoughts about Emmanuel Kant or whatever. Uh, but when I think about those things, I'm like, you're gonna have to find people that could bridge those gaps between the two of good American policy that benefits the American people, and uh, running a corporation of the American enterprise, the American empire. And so it's this imperial, what we could call it, imperial regime, or an empire, a corporation, a oligarchy, a monarch, however the fuck you want to look at it. Eventually, something's going to break. It's a fragile system, but a system that's obsessed with narcissism and control over the minds of people, and mind control and control, that's not an innovative approach, because people are going to see what the hell is going on, and they're going to act like how you see them. They're gonna buckle. They're gonna buckle. So that would be my advice is for both the Republicans and the Democrats. You're going to have to find a way to bridge the gap between finding strategists, research strategists, that could do the work of bridging policy, good American policy that is good amongst the global uh, atmosphere, but as well as the American people, and the meeting the needs of the oligarchy. I'll speak in code. I'll speak in plain terms, but meet the needs of the corporations that back a lot of the politician party. I mean, the Democrats and Republicans. There's a way to do that. There's a way to do that, but it does require innovation, and even maybe even some more investment from our American corporations. They're going to have to invest. The American corporations are going to have to invest in the American government as well for the American people. I don't see why y'all can't see that. Y'all gonna have to do that. Some are doing it, but I'm talking about like initiatives that get initiatives that are for American people, that get the backing of corporations in terms of investments or contracts, whether you get a government contract or whatever, that eventually will lead to profit for these corporations. I already know how the system works. I know it's a game nobody want to play. I certainly, with me, if it was up to me, man, we'd be living off nature and just chilling, butt ass naked, chilling and eating organic fruits and veggies, a little bit of we'd be grilling some barbecue and shit and chilling. That's how what we would do, and farming and that type shit, cleaning up this damn ocean, cleaning up this damn pollution, and loving on one another. That's what I would have y'all doing if I was the president. But I am multifaceted, so I understand how these things work. I understand palms had to be grazed and shit, and so yeah, these y'all we have to bridge those gaps. Even when we think about the Department of Artificial Intelligence, of human centered intelligence. I won't say. Let me reword this. Um, centered intelligence centered design of artificial intelligence department, looking at the ethics and those type of things, research and development, for new product that uses artificial intelligence in a benevolent way, in a way that serves the American people, that can lead to um, new innovative products, patents, and whatnot. We have to do that. We have to bridge that gap. Even when we think about the contracts for investments in some, and maybe government initiatives around real estate, and housing. That could be, I think of, maybe it's a HUD tiny home community. Uh, you're trying something out of that nature. Intentional tiny home community is sponsored by HUD. We have the real estate world get involved in that, and work out the kinks of that. I mean, I'm just thinking of stuff on the fly. I can actually do the research behind it, and put something together. But I'm just saying, um, we have to do that. We have to do this. I think I belabored my point. I don't want to go on and on, but right now, I think that would be the advice for Republicans and both Democrats. Whatever side you on, whatever agenda, whatever entities you serve, you have to get the right people involved. You have to stop trying to lock out. But my thing is, even if you do get the certain minds, brilliant minds, and it's to come up with strategies, um, they would be working. You have to give them that freedom of thought, that freedom uh, to do that work as well. Whoever you get on board to do it, they have you. If you do it from the top down, you end up stifling the creativity. That's not important to these people, but it's important to the American people. I see the way this country is going. I see the way it's going, and it's not good if we continue to ignore the laws of the universe and the laws of the very state that the universe resonates in terms of its light and vibrance and enlightenment and its awareness. Like, you can't just continue to go backwards. There's going to be breakdowns in the infrastructure, breakdown in the systems. If there's a continuation to go backwards, if there's a this energy of deception, fear based energy, fear, control energy, like all of that negativity is inauspicious to the running of empire, to the running. Even if you look at it as a monarch and an oligarchy, you can't even run. You lose the respect of the people. They don't even have, a lot of people don't have faith in the government. They don't trust the government. They don't have faith in nothing that you say, nothing that you're doing. Either party don't give a fuck about whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats. And they do feel like Trump, at least he's a little less controllable. At least he's a little more, he'll speak up more, he'll do more, he'll challenge the establishment more. He got a nice team. He got a nice base that ride with him. So a lot of people look at that, and they ready to go with Trump. Now, Kamala, you talking about you coming out with these housing policies. These housing policies are nice, but like I said, I had been saying that DNC need to deal with something with human trafficking. I haven't seen nothing yet that y'all put forward dealing with human trafficking. And so, if y'all not gonna deal with that, don't expect to have no primordial spirits backing y'all at all, because that's what we are. That was our concern on this planet. And so Trump has executive orders to address that. And so a lot of people are going with him just off of that alone. We told y'all that y'all need to do something relating to addressing human trafficking, child trafficking, and then you'll see those doors be open for you. We don't care how much shit y'all throw to the American people. Oh, we're gonna give y'all this, we're gonna give y'all that, we're gonna give y'all this, we're gonna give y'all that. We know technology, and if it's not in accordance with the will of the universe, you still gonna run into smack dab in the court. I don't have nothing against Kamala. I don't agree with some of her prosecutorial record, but I'm not out. I don't. I'm not out here to bash this lady, but I will tell the truth about some things that I've seen, and I do think that you have a start where you're coming up with these housing policies and shit. I think it's cool. I like the stuff about the student loan. I hope it gets expanded. I like the stuff with the child credit, and I don't even have kids. But again, the DNC needs a complete shake up in the way they do politics, in the way that they approach their base, in the way they approach Black Americans, and even the way you approach running this damn country, the way the values of the DNC. Like it's a lot of shake. It's a lot of inner work that y'all got to do, and y'all do have to address the concerns of the American people. The American people are concerned with even certain uh, moral turpitudes of the DNC. It's a lot of Americans that care about our children, and we want to make sure that our children are safe, and we want to make sure that our children are have measures in place where if they're harmed, we know that our government has things on the books to protect them, and that's why. And I'm gonna say it again. That's all God really care about is these damn children and humans living in harmony with the world. And so Trump is dealing with it, and he better keep dealing with it. I'm telling you, or these primordial spirits will leave him. He has to deal with this human trafficking, and he already has executive orders on it. He already did it, and so we're expecting it for it to ramp up again. We don't even care about that immigration shit. Y'all sitting there worried about immigration and all this stuff. Y'all getting played doing that us versus. That's nothing but us versus them strategy. That's us versus them strategy. American got more than enough. They print out money any other time they want to print out some shit. So they could print out money for every motherfucking body. They could do a damn UBI if they wanted to overnight. They probably make your ass do a digital ID. And so Americans have to decide what kind of deal they want to make with the devil. I'm kidding. No, but seriously, they want to do us versus them strategy and get your ass distracted, worried about somebody else instead of focusing on ourselves. Americans should be focused on ourselves. And so I'm not worried about no damn immigrant. But I know that as far as these American children and these children that are innocent, we have to stick up for them. And so I like policies that deal with that. The Democrats don't do that. Yeah, I don't. And so until I see that, that's y'all ain't getting no primordial energy. Y'all deal with Moloch energy or whatever shit y'all been doing with it. Whatever shit y'all been doing, y'all got a whole Planned Parenthood ritual at the DNC because y'all ain't got enough energy. Lord have mercy. I mean, y'all could man, y'all missing out. Y'all missing out. But I have to say, Kamala, if you do something, just if you did something with those with dealing with child trafficking and human trafficking, so executive orders for that to deal with that strictly and toughly, I will vote for you. No lie. Actually, I'm not gonna. I don't. I don't. I have to admit, I'm not gonna vote this election. That's for other reasons, though. Again, I'm not gonna. But I will. Can't. I will. I'll back up off of you. I'll say that. I'm not going to vote for this election um, because of some esoteric stuff that I know. Honestly, it's stuff that's too deep to even get up on YouTube. Just too deep for YouTube. I would have to go on Rumble or something to even talk about those things. And a lot of our people are not there yet. The American people are not there yet to even hear that information. So it's not even important to even really talk about, to be honest. But I will say I'll lay up off of you. I will probably even talk about if you come up with a policy on that. I would actually talk about it and encourage Americans to know about it. Encourage America. I will go into detail about it. And if you come up with an executive order that deals with that type of thing, human trafficking, and it's something that's going to deal with unfair surveillance of American citizens. You know, I don't other than that, I don't have no beef with Kamala. Oh, I know when Biden was running, I know damn sure I wasn't gonna campaign or say nothing. I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't see nothing that was giving me no energy to that want to make me vote for no damn Biden, not even remotely, not even motherfucking remotely. And so, I mean, I felt that way in 2020. I literally felt that way in 2020. Like, what the hell? And so I know good and hell well what I saw, what I was looking at. I'm like, nah, man, I'm seeing all different types of stuff. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Give it to Trump for the next 4 years. Fuck it. Neither one of y'all is doing what we need y'all to do, really. And I'm not pushing the metal enough for me. But give it to Trump shit. That's what everybody was feeling in the spiritual realm. Give it to damn Trump. What the fuck is you doing? But I have to say, they bring out Kamala. Kamala Devi Harris. They bring her out, switch the energy up. They try to get some Shakti energy, some Asuras. Those are the energies that walk with Kamala's bloodline. For those who don't know, we talked about that. You have to go on Rumble if you want to talk about her Brahmin priesthood background, the Brahmin class of which she comes from in India, and what the Brahmin class stands for, the priesthood, the energies backing in terms of the Naga immigration for the Naga migration rather from Ethiopia and Kemet into India, and the Nagus snake serpent spirits that they brought with them, and Krishna and Kali Ma, and we talk about some really deep stuff. But that video is on Rumble. It got removed off of YouTube. We was going in, boy. We was waking some shit up between Hinduism and Ashkenazi Judaism, Judaism, those connections. And the video was up. I mean, it's just not. It can't be on YouTube. I got in trouble about that video. And so I can't. I'm kind of still nervous to even talk about certain things because I don't hold no bar. And I'm gonna bring some facts too. So we were showing the research. We were showing. It wasn't like I'm just up here rambling like, oh yeah, we were. It is facts that there has been a connection. There's actually homeboy just showed the whole video of the Hindus themselves talking about how there was a migration out of Kemet into India. These Nagas people, who the Indians thought were like gods because they knew mystery sciences. We're talking about pre-Vedic history, pre Upanishads. We're talking about when Krishna and Kali touched down here, Hanuman and all, and yes, Ajna, Indra, and all them. These were energies that were brought over there. Some of them were created over there as well. And so we went deep onto that. So Kamala is bringing those energies into this election. Asira's, mainly Asira's more so than Shakti energy, because Kamala got to activate it. I keep saying Kamala got to activate it. And she's too deep into that DNC shit, into politics, and not into spirituality to even activate at that level. Shakti energy, that was a very heavy energies, very very primordial energies, and no matter what kind of rituals you do with sacrifice, no, those energies, that's the energy that's so powerful. It does require a certain frequency, and Kamala is not at that frequency yet. Can she get there? Sure, of course. Um, and that's not me judging. Like, who am I to say, oh, what frequencies? Da, 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 da. I'm just saying, as a priestess, what I can see in the spiritual realm, and what I know is likely to transpire in terms of the probability of outcome. And you know, I can't say that they won't. That from with 100% certainty that Trump is going to win. I cannot say that. I know that Democrats, man, they don't play. They want that motherfucking White House. They want to stay in that White House, and they go to limits. They about to spend 350 mil. They about to throw cash money at the American, and they about to bring in whatever they got to do with the illegal immigrants. We already see they signing them up. They trying to get them the right to vote. They ready to go ham. They ready to say whatever and do whatever to keep that damn White House. They ready to whatever they got to do with mail-in ballot and let me shut up. Whatever they about to they whether that means you get to vote. What's it called? When I say mail-in ballot, I talk about when you get to mail. What I think you get to mail in your vote or something like that. Now you can vote online. Do they got online voting now? Do they got that? They got voting online and shit. All types of stuff they about to do. And so they don't play. So I can't say now they weren't going to do all that for Biden. I ain't gonna hold you. They didn't feel comfortable doing all that. But now that it's Kamala, it's a different energy shift, and we don't know what they would do because they are gearing up. I could feel them gearing up too. I could feel them. They want to hold on. And it's something that they don't want that going back into Trump's camp. They don't want this country going back over into that line of fire. But it's not because they're altruistic and care about the American people. It's not because of that. It's mainly because they trying to cover up their own little shit, and power want to keep on the power. They have their agenda, the entities that they serve, and the way that they want to go about it. Even when we talk about the shadow aspect of that establishment, they both two sides of the same bird, but they do have different agendas. That's just a fact. One goes for globalization, the other goes for individualization. One goes for challenge. I don't want to go that deep. Let me watch it. One goes for uh more of deep state type shit. Uh, one goes more one, but they both for the deep state. But both, one goes for globalization in a way that undermines this country, policies that undermine this country, on a shadow aspect of it, which deeps that dives that starts to get into more of the spiritual aspects in terms of their agenda and the way that they carry out their rituals, and even the understanding of those texts and of those mystery sciences that they practice. So now we're getting deep here. There are two different interpretations of the information that they follow from the top. This is above the RNC and this is above the DNC. And they have different interpretations of even that information, which translate into how they're going to run the country. It's as simple as that. Now there are convergence, and they are a brotherhood and sisterhood. There are convergence, and they do roll together. But there are there the, it's like a game. Like who's gonna where's the ball gonna be at? Who gonna have the ball? Which team gonna have the ball when this is all said and done? Who's gonna win the game? In terms of the championship, or what and the rollout of that agenda. I personally, it is what it is. It is what it is. But Trump, you're going to have to come up with a housing policy, which I asked on July 14th. Now, you can do, let's look at this right here. You can just look at this grassroots economic organizing here. So even if you wanted to just have it where there's a bridge between land trust, co-ops, real estate investment, and grassroots economic organizing. Look at this, Trump. Look at this. Grassroots, or somebody on your team, look at it. So, I mean, watch this. You know how I talk. I'm in my own little world. Like he actually gonna be looking at it. Shit, you never know. I'm telling you, I'm very powerful spiritually. I'll be pushing a lot of shit on the spiritual realm of the way, even just the way this country is ran behind the scenes. I ain't gonna hold you, and I don't need to even talk about all of that right now. But grassroots economic organizing, catalyst worker co-ops and solidarity economy, tiny home co-ops and land trusts. See, like stuff, shit like this, Trump. This is something that you want to get the right people. And again, I'm just pulling this stuff just on the fly. But if I was to sit down, you gave me a week to go, we will have this shit worked out. Like it will be something that's feasible for the American economy, for the government to roll out, and logical and beneficial to the American people. So this could be something. Let's see. Calculations. See, look at it. Most families make similar calculations involving cost, parenting needs, and how their values are reflected in the living arrangements they choose. For merged families in Hartford, their choice became a radical declaration of independence from societal expectations, and it's one small story in an epic housing affordability crisis unfolding across the U.S. Look at this. Let's see. In hard markets like the technology centers of the West Coast, competition for housing has driven up both rents and sale prices. Okay. Multiple solutions. Let's look at this. There's no single solution to the housing equation. See, so this is where Trump can start to develop something that's unique. He doesn't have to necessarily copy Kamala, because I know Kamala had copied his shit. I mean, he can just offer a down payment to say 30,000 down payment, just undermine her motherfucking ass. But or you can develop something that would be more so an alignment with Trump Because Trump is a businessman, and Trump's not going to just copy Kamala. I mean, come on, he's not just directly going to just copy Kamala and say, okay, we'll just do 30,000 housing policy. I mean, he can, but I think that you can have some people around you that can really develop something that is that makes sense. Okay, so let's see. Solutions will intensely be customized by location. Let's see. So that could be, rent caps and stuff like that. But this is interesting to me. I'm trying to look to actually get to the actual solutions. Look at this. Efforts to mitigate the affordability crisis fall in two broad categories. Here we go. Providing more money to people to get them into housing, and providing more new housing. So Kamala has dealt with that. She's talking about providing more money, and she's talking about providing more new housing. So I do think there's room for Trump to provide more, to do something similar to this, but unique in a way. Especially the government plays an outsized role in financing below market rate housing. So maybe even, with the FHA loans and shit like that, maybe reducing a lower interest rate, considerably lower. You could have a part of the program where you're reducing the below market rate housing, or even further reducing the cost of the closing costs for these FHA loan. You got that option. You could do providing more new housing. That could be the investments in certain gated communities of intentional co-ops and land trusts. That could be tiny home community. There's some. Let me just Google something here, because this is like real stuff that I'm talking about. Like, look at this. Look at this. Little River Escape, a tiny house community in Georgia. Let's see, but there is another one. Not Sugar Mill Creek at Lake Burton, a luxury tiny home. It's a 51 park model tiny home sites over 12-acre property. Look at this. Tiny home community in Georgia sells out in 2 months. Enter the South Park cottages. Like, people want to downsize, and there are people, we talk about tiny home now, it's kind of an average size home, to be honest. People are building 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms in these tiny homes now. So it's a little more sophisticated now. These tiny homes now, you could find something for 90,000, 60,000, but back when tiny homes was popular in 2016, they were running for $10,000. Like, you can buy a house for $8,000. So, but they're more sophisticated and elaborate. Now there's like a village in it's oh man, what is that damn village? You know what? I saved it because I actually wanted to go, because I know they have a shopping center. And see, this is the things we're talking about. Like, we're talking about like intentional communities that literally have their own products. Let me see if I can find that. No, I can. Come on. Tiny home luxury, utopian villas. I had saved it because I wanted to possibly take a trip out there for shopping. Damn, come on. Where is it? Tiny home. Da, 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 da. I'll find it again. But look at this. Look how much tiny homes cost these days. 177,000, 169,000. So they're not like how they used to be, because they have luxury tiny homes now. But I'm looking for there's a whole village. Let me just Google it. Gated village in Atlanta. I mean, these homes are like they were like $1 million, and it's supposed to be like, what the hell? This is crazy, because they actually have like a lot of properties that are like under contract still, and we're talking about, and I'm looking. Why can't I find? I thought I had that place saved. Luxury gated community. Let's see. What in the world? It's like Serenbe community. There we go. I'm like, I know I just was on their website. Serenbe. Okay, Serenbe. Here we go. There we go. Found it. Here we go. a wellness community connected to nature on the edge of Atlanta. This is like this was an investment venture. This was not just like a handout or like this is where people were intentionally coming together based on like they have let me look at this. So if you have to live, look at this. Community amenities, Serenbe real estate, book appointments, living in Serenbe. They even got it where you can test it out, like with an Airbnb, or I want to say it's verbal, just to see before you actually move out there. You could stay too, just like a hotel or something. The inn, they have their own inns. They have wedding events. They have conferences and retreats. They have accommodation packages. These are the things that Americans need, and maybe not this particular, because this is more luxury. These homes are like $1 million, 500,000. So I think it's something a little smaller, more that's more affordable for the American people. But along the lines of this, in terms of this being more of an enterprise venture, more so than like a HUD program or something of that nature. And that's kind of like what I think Kamala is alluding to too, on some level. But let's see. Let's look at their real estate. Buy a home, sell a home, rent a home. Let's see. Own, invest, like grow your business in Serenbe. I think that I really do think that the government should be like doing these type of creating these pockets of self-sufficiency. Americans are all around the country where there's local, there's economy. It's centered around nature. This is centered around like the lifestyle here. They focused on the Serenbe lifestyle. Look at this. Feel good about the place you call home. This looks nice. Like this is their own intentional community. They have the quality of life. So let's see. Let's see. Minimum mental stress and optimum physical health. Mindful architectural elements like central post boxes, porches that connect to the street, foster community and create a strong social fabric. And again, I know that this government, y'all, I don't know what y'all into or what kind of shit, but I don't understand why y'all can't just do things that are actually beneficial for humans. I don't get that. But look at this community. Serenity residents value a slower pace of living. Art and culture, world class arts and natural setting, fresh food, a 25-acre organic farm feeds our community. Nature is an amenity, it's a necessity. Sustainability features, geothermal energy, solar and EV ready, Earthcraft certified. These are the type of investments that I think if Trump wanted to come up with like a housing policies, stuff like this, relating around again, not this expensive, of course. It's kind of expensive. It is not necessarily affordable for the average American, but I would say something tantamount, but like the community development block grant program. Let's look at this stuff right here. Let's go back here. Efforts to mitigate the affordability crisis. Okay. And so we have the community development grant program that supports affordable housing projects. But I think that instead of using these projects, but we're talking about like housing intentional communities, like Serenbe meets housing affordability for Americans. This is the average American, college students, those in their 30s, their 40s, going into 50s, those that's retiring, looking out for even a retiring community development block grant programs. And we're talking about where there is a return on investment if even the government invest in it, or even if we were to have corporation initiatives that are in real estate that get government contracts to build these sort of communities, housing of affordable housing, and even more homes or whatnot. Habitat for Humanity comes to mind. Is there a way? I know Habitat for Humanity is a nonprofit foundation, but like, is there a way to even come up with a pilot program, a version of that, or team up with them, partner with them? Those type of things where we're talking about housing, actually getting people into housing. Um, and Habitat for Humanity is a home ownership program, a good home ownership program. Things like that, expansion of some of the current uh, FHA home ownership loan I think it's called FHA. Yeah, the Federal Housing Authority. Yeah, that we need something around that as well. So I think that there's something that can be crafted out behind around those things as far as a housing policy. Let me see. Right, what else did they have? Anything else here? So you do have subsidies as well. There's subsidies that could be done. Co-housing communities. So co-housing communities is also another option. I don't. I'm not in. I'm not. I wouldn't do co-housing personally, but there are people that love community. There are humans that want to do co-housing, that want to do intentional community, where it's like more close knit. So I think that those are things that also could be built around. Let's see. So we have National Cooperative Bank is the largest financial institution that focuses on lending to community projects like co-housing or other forms of cooperatives. There's things. I do think Trump needs to work on this though. And let's see, what's this? Let's see about Geo. Grassroots economic organizing, decentralized collective of educators, researchers working to promote an economy based on democratic participation, worker and community ownership, social and economic justice, ecological sustainability, a solidarity community, cross-sector networking, movement building, the publication of education. So this is a little bit, this is given. I don't know, is this something a little bureaucratic behind this? But what do you expect? But I do think that we talk about sharing a commitment to building a economy and a society that is sustainable and democratic. Our non-dogmatic in their political approach. Look at this: non-dogmatic in the political approach, embracing the diversity of tactics, strategies, and models rather than a single one-size-fits-all vision. Anti-oppression practice at both personal and societal levels. Consensuous cooperators that work well with others in a collective process. So this is just an example. Let me see what kind of things they got. The Internet of Ownership Archive. What is this? Well, I was looking more for these co-ops and solidarity economy. I'm interested to learn more about decentralized tiny home communities, the quick way to democratize property ownership. Perhaps beyond in America, there are intentional tiny house communities that charge a monthly rent of $500 for a dweller that has sacrificed home size and material possessions in order to live a more sustainable lifestyle. See, and a lot of Americans are concerned with that. I mean, $500 in rent and to sacrifice your home size, material possessions. There are people living out of their fucking vans, couples at that, with children living in vans, white and black. It's all on YouTube. And so you have a 25-acre property with 50 homes, gross $300,000 per year. At 10 years, this has put 3 million USD into the pockets of the developers. See, this is where we talk about bridging the gap between the corporate world and it benefits American citizens. 25-acre property with 50 homes grosses $300,000 per year. After 10 years, this has put $3 million into the pockets of the developers. This measurement is very conservative, but I fully understand there is a risk with developing an intentional community. I think the government should jump on this. I'll say this. I think Trump should carve out housing policies of something like this, and not him himself, but like have people that can do this for you and think deeply and come up with it quick. But it has to make sense. Like you have to come up with it quick. I know I could get something like this done within 2 weeks and have it really really worked out and have other people add to it. Like you need a team. This wouldn't be just a one person job, but as far as crafting it out and then having people that are more experienced in terms of crunching the numbers and making sure that it's feasible, uh, and so you don't go out there looking a damn fool uh, saying something and then like what. I think that you could do that within 2 weeks, 1 week, if it's the right people involved. But he has to do something related. I'm telling you, Americans are concerned with housing. I don't care how old they are, how rich they think they are, what race they think they are, that they benefit and all this shit. Nah, Americans is concerned with rent and damn housing, home ownership. These are the things they're concerned with: home ownership and rent, housing. That's the number one thing. And it's a lot of Americans that's homeless. on top of people that have home, that are renting or that are homeowners. It's a lot of things that they are dealing with in that regard as well. Even those that have a roof over their head, a lot of them that finding it hard to make that 3 times the rent, monthly rent, and all that stuff. Maybe they only made 2.5 times the monthly rent. Rent is $2,000 now. You know, $1,500 and $2,000 for is the average rent. You may get lucky. You get something for the 900. I ain't gonna hold you. Wait, I felt like a very lucky camper. I was paying $900 in rent. I felt like a really lucky fucking camper. Really happy to just have to pay $900 in rent. Now imagine if the government subsidized intentional tiny house communities that was charging that $500 a rent. It's probably you probably gonna be in a motherfucking box. Like you probably just gonna have but for these young ass college students and shit like that, for people that's really trying to save, you don't know what somebody's situation is. They may want to take a year to just pay $500 so they can pay off a student loan, or so that they can pay off their motherfucking car, or save up for a housing, for actual closing costs for the home. And they'll sacrifice and live at $500 a month in a 400 square foot tiny home, or a 500 square foot tiny home, with all the basic amenities, bathroom, kitchen, uh, sitting area, and bed for a year or two. And while the real estate developers still have a return on their investment. But it has to be something where you gotta give people a break. You can't just work these motherfucking humans like no damn dog. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Like, you gotta give somebody a break sometimes. And that's what y'all don't do to the American people. They work in 2, 3 jobs, working at Walmarts and shit on their damn feet all damn day, working at McDonald's on their damn feet all damn day, working as a nurse on their feet all damn day, working as a doctor on their feet all damn day, working as a lawyer sitting at a damn chair all damn day. And nobody is getting no motherfucking break. We're not seeing the fruits of these damn labors. We're not seeing the fruit of our labor as Americans. We're not. It's like, why are we working on this damn hard for these motherfucking corporations? It's like, okay, we want to have an oligarchy. You want to run this shit as a corporation. You got to give motherfuckers a break, too. You got to help the people that help you. And that's what these corporations need to understand. Every CEO of the corporation, you need to understand risk management, which I know y'all already understand, or else you wouldn't be a CEO. But on top of the risk management, human management, human productivity management. And y'all don't do a good job of that. Y'all working motherfuckers down to the bone, and then they're not going to be working at the optimum productivity. And when we talk about human productivity and technology, HPT, y'all as CEOs are missing the mark on that, because you're not living in the reality of the average American. We talking about the CEO of Starbucks just got promised, the new CEO that's about to come on board, Mr. Nicole, is getting $113 million pay package for the motherfucking year, and he gets to work remotely. Can the average American relate to that as a CEO? Can an average American, even if the average American is even upper middle class, let's say they're a dentist, they ain't making no motherfucking $113 million for 1 year to sit at remote and sit in your motherfucking mansion and click on some damn buttons on a TV, on a damn computer, and look at some damn financial statements and make sure that money is right, and make sure that the risk is managed properly, and the productivity is looking good, and overseeing the company, and the innovation of and building up the profitability for the shareholders of that damn company. And these are experts. These CEOs are experts at that. And so, y'all got to give a break to y'all, to the workers, to the Americans. And I think a program where they only got to pay $500 in rent, of some sort of subsidy, and intentional communities, whether that be, or even have it, you have some that's intentional tiny home communities. Maybe you have something that's scaled out. Maybe it is a single family home. Maybe it don't have to be a tiny house, but it could be family home. Habitat for Humanity partnership, something of that nature. But we need something innovative, and we need something that's going to benefit people. That's nice too. Something that's nice. Not nothing that y'all just some makeshift shit that y'all just put together. Have it looking nice. Have the kitchens and stuff shit look updated. Have where people, don't have it look so institutional. Not no cheap ass flooring either. Do it right. Have it. This is a real estate enterprise. This is an investment. These developers are wanted. They want a return on that investment. You get your 25-acre property with 50 homes, grossing 300,000 a year. This is something that the government can totally jump on. And so that's what we're expecting Trump to come up with, something of that nature, where the people are like, you know what, I like that idea, but you want to have it twofold. So I would say probably a reduction in interest rates of the FHA, as well as a reduction in the closing costs for that. That could be something that's quick, done, easy. You ain't really got to think too hard about it. Maybe a cap on rent, some sort of program where there's a cap on rent. Kind of like how they got that situation out there in New York City, where I forgot what they call it. Damn, what's it's like the cap on rent out in New York. So it's not subsidized, but it's something where you don't have to pay. It's something where the citizens in New York. What is that called? Housing cap rent in New York. I know it was something. It's like a name for it. Rent regulated units. Okay, so rent regulated units. That's something Trump can also probably look at. Rent regulated units, reduction of FHA, and then some sort of investments in developing intentional communities around that. There are intentional community and investments, land trusts and co-ops, housing co-ops. Now I'm telling you, y'all like to ignore all the suggestions that I be giving Trump, and as Democrat, these DNCs, they jump on that shit within a week after I put it out publicly on YouTube. And I do know that DNC think tanks and Republican think tanks watch my videos. So I'm very intentional. I know exactly who's going to watch this and see this, and I would not be shocked if Kamala's team takes some of these ideas out of this video and start to coming up with something. Which she got to roll out three. She done told the American people she gonna build 3 million motherfucking homes. So y'all don't think that they watching and gonna say, okay, tiny home, what we gonna take that? We heard what she was saying. We heard what primordial. Let me stop talking in code. But we saw what she said. Look, you got to come up with 3 million motherfucking homes. You don't promise the American people 3 motherfucking million homes. We gonna do this tiny home community shit. We gonna build a bunch of fucking tiny. You could get 3 million homes though. You do some tiny homes. She get it done. And Americans thinking they about to get some big ass 3 bed. Y'all about to get a bunch of 500 square feet. Tiny. Yo, make them 600. Give them 600. Give them a 1 bedroom. A 600 feet 1 bedroom tiny home. That's all. That's she gonna build them 3 bedrooms. And I'm gonna say with Grant Cardone, because he said that's not feasible. It's a come on marketing campaign, and she'll never get it done. My thing is, if the deep state, because if we come on, we about to get esoteric. Let me make sure that my sound is still on. Is this? It's a lot of people in the comment section. Hey, Royal Deluxe. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you. I was wondering where you was at, Royal Deluxe. I was wondering where you was at, Royal Deluxe. I was like, man, did they leave? Okay, so I'm glad to see you. Added you on Rumble. Thanks for that. Ultra Instinct. Hey, what's up? Hey, Ultra Instinct. And Valiant Thor. My bad. Y'all know I'm telling you, I don't be looking at my screen. I don't be looking. So I don't mean no harm. I just want to acknowledge though, you guys. Let me see what else you said. Got to get the news to dismiss her teachings. It still gives legitimacy and optics. Get her name out there. Okay. Off these Kamala mantras, usurping the energy. Okay. Exactly. Ultra Instinct, get it. See, that's why I wanted to do Esoteric Politics, because he just said it. Presidents don't run nothing, though. They get ran. And that's the truth. I mean, And my thing is you got to get a president's more leeway too, especially if you get a brilliant president. Because I know I'm running for president. I know I got the bloodline to get up in there. Y'all think y'all about to run me? Y'all take this deep state. They take my ideas all the time. I wish the fuck y'all would think y'all about to run me and handle me and be my handler and all this shit. No, not with. I'm very brilliant. I'll come up with my policies for this American people. Y'all bet not getting away. And that's what Trump. That's why Trump will speak up a little bit more. That's why I'm rolling with Trump, only because he at least will push back a little bit. They give him problems, he give them problems, and they ain't gonna hurt him. They can't touch him. Certain people you can't touch. They will try. They have tried. They have put him through the ringer. They y'all see how they kept his ass in court every every week. Y'all saw that play they ran on him, even with that attempt at his, that whole psyop with the in Butler, Pennsylvania. Y'all saw how they do. That's what they've been doing. But yeah, Kamala, they about to they she Kamala, she just promised 3 million homes to the American people. She gonna have to. I bet you they gonna take some of these ideas because Trump don't be jumping on it hard enough, and they be hurried up and jumped on it. Now the thing is with the DNC, have they implemented the things properly? Are they going to? Probably not, because they don't have the light. You gotta have a lot of morning star light, natural brilliance. And so they reversed engineered that energy, and they not working with that energy. They think they are, but they're not. The Republicans do too. You need light, and that requires sheer brilliance. And they don't like that. They want to be able to control what you think and what you say, and have your ass out there as a puppet politician. But then you stagnate the country because they don't. The people that the deep state don't know what the fuck they doing. I'm telling you, I could tell that they don't know what they doing. They don't even know what's the next move, and they knew at one point. But it's a lot of stuff that happened in the spiritual realm. It's a lot of stuff that's going down on this country that y'all don't know about, that got them kind of shook, that got them kind of like, what the fuck are we gonna do? How do we maintain control? How do we maintain the narrative when all these motherfucking humans is waking up? The average American don't even they realizing when that pandemic shit happened, Americans didn't want to go back to work. They didn't want to go back into the workplace. They wanted to do remote work. So a lot of places y'all need to go remote. So they didn't even want to go back into work. And then those that was, I mean, it was giving people $700 a week in unemployment employment benefits when it first came out. A lot of Americans didn't even want to go back to work. They were like, why is we working? I spent more time with my family. I had more time with my kids. I had more time to chill. I had more time to relax. I was less stressed. I had more time to focus on my wife. I had more time to focus on my husband. This is what people were saying. I remember this. And so they running smack dab. Then this AI shit come out. This AI stuff is happening. And so it's a lot going on. And at the top levels of the bloodlines that truly that makes the decisions, they have been profit focused. Everything has been machine profit focused, systems based thinking, very systems based, very methodical, very predictable in terms of profit and harvesting of energy. But a pendulum swings the other way. That's just the law of thermodynamics. That's just the law of rhythm. That's the law of polarity. What goes up must come down. What goes left will eventually go right. And even when you talk about the laws of momentum and motion, and how nothing will go in motion unless some opposite opposing force that pushes against it, or object stays in motion unless, guess what, the American motherfucking people about to oppose your motherfucking motion. Now what motion you gonna have if they gonna push on your force? Catch my codes, catch my brilliance as the morning star. I'm not talking to the American people, I'm talking to them now. But y'all really gonna have to really get up on us. You got to give people a break. Y'all can't just work Americans to damn death. Then it's Social Security. Y'all talking about y'all people ain't gonna have enough Social Security to take out. Y'all just saw. I'm about to talk about that Social Security hack. Y'all just saw that all of American Social Security numbers got released. Social Security hack. Let me talk about that. Yeah. There was a massive data breach that included social security numbers of every American citizen. It was the largest massive breach. Did they sell this information? Who stole it? Did it get intercepted by Saturn? Did the GIA need the social security number of every American bond, every American certificate, every American soul uh, that is currently under contract to the American government? How did that information get intercepted like that? Who hacked into it? Did they need the information of every American citizen in this country? You know, it just make me think that. It make me think that like who stole this damn who broke who how did this information get leaked like that? We talking about they said and I know they downplaying this, but it was 2.9 billion records in the data breach, which had social security numbers, names and addresses, and email addresses and phone numbers. What the hell is actually national public data? Da, 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 da. So how did this happen? I'm asking a rhetorical question, clearly, but uh, American people they feel like their information was sold by their own government. I'm telling you just from me researching on what people were saying because this went viral on Twitter before anybody picked the story up. It was downplayed for a while, no lie. And so it was going viral on Twitter, and I was hearing what people was. I was just reading what people were saying. They were like, they sold all of our data. Our government probably sold our all of our information to China. People was really like freaking out, like, oh, they sold our information to some black market underground, and you know, this is the type of shit that Americans are thinking about their own government. Now you know that it's bad when people like it's this is not a good look, and this just happened before the motherfucking election. Then you know you got people that's gonna bring that up and be like, did our records get leaked so that they can do something with the election? Or people are thinking of all types of shit. And then you got the people we just saw them UFO sightings yesterday. You know that went viral. The story with the UFO shit. Did our data get intercepted by Saturn? Did our data get intercepted by the Chaos Intelligence Firm? Did our data get intercepted by the GIA? Did our data get intercepted by Sirius, Orion? Like what the fuck? Like the police, I mean, they totally got they don't really think about our country like that and planet Earth about doing that. But I know the GIA has a paramilitary that has gotten full clearance to do whatever the fuck they want to do on this planet Earth because they have been trusted throughout the aeons to do the right thing in the benefit of any reconnaissance mission that they take to help a species. It just happens on planet Earth that would be the humans. But they are well trained in helping the species of whatever planet that they visit. And so, whatever they're going to do as a paramilitary, they have full credence and clearance to do that. They have free will. There are other entities of the GIA that don't necessarily have free will, even of 125D that don't have free will. They have considerably more power than humans, though. So humans have free will, but they don't necessarily. They have the capability that have the same power of those other entities, but a lot of their DNA is dormant due to the genetic splicing and tampering. We ain't get into all of that. That's too much for YouTube. That's too much. But yeah, how did this you know you got? I'm just saying you got that community that think it could be some interception with interdimensional shit. You know, then you be thinking is a hostile invader? Is it anonymous? It's a lot going on. So the government didn't even address this properly. And Biden, he already got a reputation for people thinking that he's talking crazy or not, not fully cognitive in terms of running the country. And so this is not a good look. And so y'all have to address this. And this Social Security, 2.9 billion records. Are y'all trying to set up a play to where y'all try to get a digital ID? Because they be doing that shit. Is this a play to try to get some digital ID type shit going? You know what I mean? It make me wonder. I'm just saying, it makes me wonder. And I wasn't the only person thinking about this shit because look it, this went viral. But it didn't go viral. Actually, this one went viral, right? Let's see. Okay, so that's not really viral. I thought this had went viral, but nonetheless, somebody already had put this up that they thinking about some digital ID type shit, biometrics ID, and actually the central banks, the minister Bill Shorten, he had already announced on August 13th of a new government digital ID scheme called Trust Exchange. Now he's a finance minister. Let's see, where is he at? This is Australia. This is Australia. But they don't, this is globalization. Whatever they roll out in one country, they roll out everywhere. Australia has always been a guinea pig. They always sacrifice Australians too. I know y'all probably didn't realize that, but they get it bad over there as far as the way they government do them. It wasn't always that way, but I've been studying it for a while, and I'm kind of like, they be doing some shit that they wouldn't be able to get away with over here, straight up, amongst the white people or the black people. They'll get their ass tore out the frame, and some of the stuff that they do over in Australia, if they try to pull that shit over here in America. They do little sneaky stuff to us too. But nah, we ain't going. Some of the shit that they was pulling over there during that pandemic. Oh, hell no, hell no. You can't just do us like that. Nah, hell no. But yeah, they already rolled it out over there. That they ready to do some damn digital ID type shit. And so I'm saying is this leak of 2.9 billion records, that's ridiculous. And I don't think it was no accident. Most likely wasn't no accident. So what the hell? How did this even happen? Who is behind this? And if they're not telling you, then it's most likely interdimensional, or it's something that they had planned and plotted. It's something that's already staged. It's something that's staged from it could be again the deep state. I mean, that's the only thing else that makes sense. Now, I also wanted to talk about this UFO sighting stuff that had been going viral yesterday. Then I want to do JD Vance. Matter of fact, maybe I should do JD Vance. Yeah, I'll do JD Vance first because that's still aligned with politics. I don't want to just completely switch. But we know JD Vance had got caught cross dressing. And I was thinking, like, again, I had been saying that the vice presidential choice should have been Ben Carson. I know the people that pushed this JD Vance shit, and I think that whoever pushed this, again, it might have came from top down, but I remember when I was in a space and they was pushing randomly JD Vance, and this was Black Americans pushing him. And at this time, nobody that's Black American know who no damn JD Vance was. This was months ago. And that kind of made my eyes perk, because then you got to see plays for what plays are. A lot of times this stuff is not it's not as organic as it might seem. But I was pushing for Ben Carson in that particular conversation, in that space, and I do know that there were people that were a part of think tanks that were discussing it. So when I heard them throw out JD Vance's name, and there was a bunch of just Black Americans talking about that, and I said, and I know that they're a part of a think tank, a conservative think tank. Somebody suggested that to Trump. Now, I was pushing for Ben Carson, so I didn't get the memo. So I know they were kind of pushing back on me and saying Ben Carson is not the one. Da 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 da. That to me would have been the best choice for Trump. But when they threw out JD Vance, I'm like, did somebody set Trump up, or did the people that pushed that not well researched enough into his background, or was it a business play or bigger play, a power play in terms of his initiation and getting JD Vance on a big stage? We do know we had John. I studied the gematria of JD Vance's name. He changed his name a couple of times. Went from Donald to David Vance. But even some of the things of some of the energy around the way he grew up and stuff, it's a lot deeper. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. But nonetheless, he got caught. It's a lot of things. He got caught with his foot in his mouth about the cat comment situation and women's. That wasn't a good look, but that's kind of like that can be something you can overlook, right? You know, you get an understanding on things, and you grow from those type of things. So then they went in they bag and they found, you know, the DNC, they don't play. They found this. They found cross dressing, and so obviously they're going to run with this. It went viral. They saying he wants to, you know, he's they was calling trans. They was calling all types of stuff. Now, obviously, this was at Yale Law School, and you know, was wearing a blonde wig and all this. But you know, they said it was either a Halloween party or it was, what did they say? It was a Halloween party or it was like a ping ball party or some shit like that at Yale. But to be honest, Hollywood Halloween parties at colleges, they do this shit. This is normal for them white boys to do that shit. Even the Asians do that. I went to Hutch Tech. I ain't gonna hold you. Every damn Halloween party, every Halloween at Hutch Tech, the boys would dress as girls at Hutch Tech. That is a fact. And I remember a teacher called him out. He said it. I remember his name was Mr. Steinbeck. He said, is his name Steinbeck? Mr. Stein. Damn, what was that damn teacher's name? All right, don't call me on his name. But he said, y'all using Halloween as an excuse to dress like girls, but let's be real, y'all always wanted to dress like girls. Why the hell y'all want to pick one? He cussed out the whole class for that. And mind you, everybody thought he was gay. So it was real funny to see him go because he was real. He's naturally sassy. This particular teacher I'm talking about. Damn, I know everybody would know his name. I wish I had the dude's name because I know the people that went to Tech would remember this teacher. Damn. Ooh, it's like what was it? He was funny too to me. Like I thought he was funny as fuck. But when he cussed him out, he said, "Yeah," because half of the class was dressed as girls. The boys for Halloween would dress as girls. They had the same wig that y'all see J.D. Vance got on. That's the type of shit they would do. They were wearing this, the boys. And I remember he said, "Y'all using that excuse as just y'all using one day out of the year or Halloween to dress like a girl. But let's be real, y'all always wanted to be dressed like a girl. Y'all could be anything for Halloween, but y'all all want to be girls every year." And you know, people was laughing and whatever, and he embarrassed them, and um, you know, but that's just the thing that they do on Halloween, even in college. See, that was just Hutch Tech, but at the college level, or but I know in undergrad at least, they would do that shit too for the Halloween parties, and the girls would dress like the boys too. Say they want to be 50 Cent, or say they want to dress up as, uh, you know, Bon James or something. So some shit like that. So it do be a lot of cross dressing around Halloween. I ain't gonna hold you. That is the norm at college parties amongst these white folks. I've witnessed it my whole life. I've witnessed it at Hutch Tech. I've witnessed it at Buffalo State College. I did not witness it at Columbia University. At Georgia State University, I've witnessed. I didn't go to a Halloween party, but like if there was a Halloween event or a Halloween day at Georgia State, particularly when I went for 2014, 2017, you would see these type of things. This is just, I'm telling you. And I know for those that are not into college lifestyle or don't understand like the college dorm life and college Halloween parties and shit like that, I know that this is strange to them. They took this and they ran, especially our black men. They were looking like, oh hell no, they don't know nothing about. They looking like and they are upset that JD Vance was picked as the vice president. I had kind of, I'm like, I didn't know about JD Vance. I ain't gonna hold you, but I just felt like what made sense to me was Ben Carson. Now maybe Ben Carson didn't want to run. You can't just, I can't. I thought it would make sense, but maybe he didn't want to run. He didn't want to be vice president. That could be it too. But nonetheless, we got JD Vance, and so he got caught with this cross dressing shit. I don't. Again, if this was a Halloween party and it was genuinely a Halloween party at Yale with the boys, they do this bullshit, dressing as a character. Uh, to be honest, it won't be a big deal in the eyes of the broader American population that has went to college and has witnessed this and know that that's what they do at them Halloween parties. I don't celebrate Halloween. I stopped going on Halloween parties a minute ago. But I know when I was in college, I seen this shit, and I definitely saw this at Hutch Tech for sure. This was this every boy. I'm telling you, they would dress as a girl with this crazy ass looking wig on. the skirt, and actually they would wear pink, they would put on the makeup, the lipstick, and all. The boys, the boys, and they were straight. They had girlfriends, and again, that's why that teacher called them out. Like, why the fuck y'all all want to be dressed as girls? Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, y'all don't want to be nothing else, but I'm telling you, men, they don't want to admit that stuff, but they secretly be using Halloween as that day. Yes, they do. Now y'all take that out, y'all want to take that. And what this means for his reputation running as the vice president of America. Can't he just say that this? He could literally just say, "Oh, but my friend dared me to be Sarah Jessica Parker from Hocus Pocus at the Halloween party, and I said I'll take you up on that dare. I bet I'll dress as Sarah Jessica. This could he could say this is Sailor Moon Halloween costume. I was trying to go for the Sailor Moon costume. I was trying to go for Sarah Jessica Parker from Hocus Pocus because that was my favorite movie. They don't have to say a favorite movie, but he could just say, I'm just giving an example of how the PR could spin this. He could just say it was a Halloween party, and that's what the friend dared him to dress as. Look through the movies. What movies does a character like this probably already similarly dress, and just say it's that fucking character and keep it moving. Again, that's if this is really a Halloween party. And I really do think it does look like a Halloween party. I don't think nobody would take this serious in terms of like cross dressing or like this looks like a Halloween party outfit. And I'm not defending JD Vance because these motherfuckers ain't paying me, and I don't know these motherfuckers, so I don't have no reason to defend this dude. But I'm telling you, like this wig, that type of look, that type of stuff. This is what I saw in high school with the boys with the Halloween shit, and in college. So it's very possible. It is possible that that's what this is from. And they had it in the group chat and WhatsApp with the. We all know if you've been to grad school or you went to law school or you went to any sort of college, you know when we had the WhatsApp chat. WhatsApp wasn't around at that time, but the Facebook groups and shit, and keeping in contact where you got a group chat where all of the students are in and y'all exchange pictures from the parties. You exchange pictures from wherever you go out, whether that be the bar, whether that be um, from the Halloween party, whatever it is. And so they got this out of this WhatsApp group chat or whatever. um I know for a fact, like, even like there's pictures of, there's not many, but like when I went to Columbia University, we would go to some of the bars in New York City, like a couple, and there would be pictures. I didn't take no picture looking crazy like this, no cross dressing or nothing. But in that WhatsApp groups that I was in, there's Columbia students that will have pictures of me, and from the WhatsApp group. And if they wanted to public, oh, here's a picture, oh, she was with so and so, if she was with da 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 da, that's what they do. That they have pictures of us in certain, not compromising situations, I would hope, but them little college stuff. That this looks like a college situation to me with Halloween party. My thing is, we do need to address though. Why do the men want to use that Halloween day to dress as a motherfucking girl all the damn time? I could see you get creative and think of something, but why does the LG? So a lot of people may be offended. Like, you trying to mock LGBTQ, or you trying to mock women? Like, I'm not putting that on JD Vance table. I'm just saying because I've seen it my whole life. I won't say my whole life, but when I went to high school and college, I'll say that. Hutch Tech. Where the boys want to dress as a girl for Halloween. And so, yeah, it may not be a big deal as a part of American culture. It's a part of that. You know how them white boys, they've been doing that since the days of Greece and Rome. But why do y'all always want to use that day to just want to dress up as the opposite sex all of a sudden? Did you secretly want to always wear that, and you want to use that as the day? Because it's a lot of black men's and white men's that would never want to dress up as no girl for no damn Halloween. There's Batman, there's Spider-Man, there's there's all types of shit. The Michelin Man for Halloween. There's SpongeBob. There's Lion King. It's Pharaohs. It's all types of shit to dress up for Halloween as men, and that many of them do. I would never forget at Hutch Tech. No lie, it was a black man. black boy. His name was it's not it was Mikhail. I'll never forget. And he dressed, no lie. And I remember a teacher cussed his ass out for this too. And we thought it was, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, I was a freshman. Actually, a sophomore as a sophomore. Do you know? He dressed as a slave for Halloween. We talking about like a literal slave. He didn't even have shoes on his motherfucking feet. He was barefooted, tattered clothes, like the stuff ripped off of him. Crazy look. He made his hair look all crazy. He dressed as a slave, and he had like a chain, like he dressed, and he was black. And now some of the kids, I ain't gonna hold you, they was laughing. I'll never forget a teacher cussed his motherfucking ass out. A white one too. White teacher cussed his ass out. It's like, you don't ever do that to your people. You don't ever do that to your history. And he admitted he was he was a black American. His name was Mikhail. And you thought it was funny. You sophomore, you sophomore kid. Being stupid. You think it's funny. But he got cussed out. And actually, I think the other teachers were reporting it. They made him go take that motherfucking costume off. They made it that you go to get sent home. You go put some clothes on. And he had, at that time we would always have gym clothes or whatever. So, you have a spare change of clothes usually in high school because you got gym, and he had to put his gym shit back on and put his shoes on and shit. And they take that tatter. You know how they had them movies 12 Years a Slave and the movies like that. And y'all know how they be having the slave. He was watching them damn movies, watching Roots and shit. He may not even been to sit. Let me even go get into that. But he watching Roots and shit and come to school dressed like that. I would never forget. And I remember not laughing. I remember thinking that was sacrilege or something was blasphemous about, like something was deeply wrong about that. Only because of the way that the teachers were, the energy of the teachers towards him. See, the other students, I remember like some of them was laughing, white and black. They was, some of them was laughing. But I remember just the awkwardness from the teachers. It just struck a chord with me because I always read energy. I was always reading energy as always observant kid. And I said, something's not right about that. Because, at 15 years old, you don't necessarily know why it's so wrong or whatever, or offensive. But yeah, they made him take that costume off. And he had to wear his gym clothes for that day, fix his hair and everything. Because it was causing but it was people offended. It was black teachers was offended, white teachers was offended. And I don't even think his mom knew. I'm telling you, he came to school. Now he had the shoes on his feet when he came into school, but he took them all. He took the shoes off the feet. He had powder on his feet too to make them look ashy. Dude just went ham. I'll never forget that shit. That it just, and I don't know if anybody else at Hutch Tech remember that shit. His name was Mikhail. I know somebody got to remember that shit. I know somebody got to remember. I got a good ass memory though, so but. I know somebody got to remember that shit. Yeah, but nonetheless, JD Vance, people were saying, you're anti-LGBTQ, but here you are cross-dressing. They're going to run with this. Even if this is an innocent, dumb college Halloween costume that you decided to do, you're straight or whatever and married now, whatever, you was just, in the moment wanting to do the Halloween shit. They're going to take this and run with it. Maybe rightfully so, but it's politics. But yeah, you need to just address it. It's a Halloween party that you would dare, that you wanted to dress like Sarah Jessica Parker from Hocus Pocus or whatever. Think of a movie. Had a team jump on it. It got to be a movie that have a character that's similar to the way you fucking dressed in this picture, and just say that you was that for Halloween. But my thing is, I feel like somebody set Trump up and gave him that JD. For one, JD Vance was talking mad shit about Trump. So who gave the clearance for Trump to pick him, or who did somebody pick him for Trump and Trump didn't really do all the background research on him? Was this a deep state selection? Did the black think tank offer JD Vance? Because I'm telling you, the black think tank said they wanted JD Vance for vice president months ago when I was saying Ben Carson. So who set this up? Was it the white think tanks that put this up? Was it the white think tanks that from the top down said JD Vance? Because I'm telling you, by the time I heard this name, I said, who the fuck is that? And it was like black people really caping for him. Now, I think they might be Republican shills, but I'm thinking like, what the fuck? Like, that's just so random. As why is black Americans, why the fuck aren't y'all advocating for Ben Carson? That didn't make any motherfucking sense to me. I think he's young. And I think he's you know, they didn't do enough research. They should have scrubbed this or got in front of it. Had it before this shit went viral and they took this and ran with this. If they knew we had this picture out like that, he should have put out a Twitter post and or back in first with the picture and said, "I did a dress for Halloween. This was a Halloween party at law grad school at a college party. That was a stupid decision to do. That was stupid to me. But I was young, and even if he jumped in front of it before the Democrats got a hold of it, nobody would even give a fuck because he already put it out there and said, I don't have nothing against LGBTQ, but I did dress up as a Halloween character from a movie. It was kind of immature of me, and I don't want to offend anybody from LGBTQ. I didn't mean no offense. It was just me doing a costume Halloween shit like that. That's all you had to say, and just keep it moving. But y'all knew that he had this shit out there, and y'all didn't say y'all. And now the Democrats take it and run with it, and now Trump looks crazy. Trump, as long as we know Trump, did we ever see Trump in no motherfucking dress with a wig on his motherfucking head? I mean, he got the man wig, the toupee, or that they claim that's a toupee on his head. But did we ever see a female's wig on motherfucking Trump? Did we ever see Trump dressed in some motherfucking skirt with some motherfucking eyeliner on his eyes and blonde wigs, long hair girl wig? As long as we know Trump, we don't know him for that. Trump may be a lot of things. He may be a complete, utter, whatever you want to say, the lowest or the worst of the worst. You ain't never see him dressed like this, doing this. And this ain't, I'm not even saying, I'm not even putting much of a value judgment on this. I'm just saying Trump's reputation, just the reputation of Trump is not one that cross dresses. Now maybe he cross dresses in the lodge or something behind the scenes, but don't nobody know. That ain't nobody ever find no picture. Ain't no picture come out of it. Is what I'm saying. I don't know what the man do with his private life, but we ain't never seen no public picture of Trump dressed as no motherfucking girl. And they always make the men in Hollywood wear no motherfucking dress, but we ain't see Trump wearing no motherfucking dress. And maybe if y'all got a picture, y'all know more about it more than me. Maybe y'all already found it. I ain't never seen no. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen no Trump dressed in no motherfucking girl, dressed as no motherfucking girl. So you know that's not his image. To That's not the image that you get. You get Steve when you think of Trump. You think of Steve Bannon and Brett Bart, maybe even the Fuentes dude, the Milo dude. I don't know. You don't really think of like cross dressing or you think of you know the old money business networks, the old Vanguard stuff. You don't really think of. I don't be thinking. I don't know. When I think of Trump, I don't be thinking of no damn transvestite or nothing. What if he was doing that's his business behind the scene? I'm just talking about public image wise, the image. And so a lot of people are kind of looking at Trump like this undermines Trump's image, is what I'm saying. Even if it is just an innocent, stupid Halloween picture, it undermines his image. Ben Carson didn't undermine Trump's image. That's why I say he should have went with Trump, Ben Carson. Ben Carson don't undermine Trump's image. If anything, he grows he enhances the image because he's not even you know as extrovert as Trump, but he enhances the image in terms of the seriousness of the country. And people were saying, "Oh, Ben Carson doesn't know business." He does know business. He has worked with the executive team of the government itself. He has worked in government. He had two positions in government already, under Bush and under Trump. They say he don't know how to work the intelligence networks. He don't know. Does motherfucking J.D. Vance do a 39-year-old know how to work the intelligence networks of the American government? I couldn't believe y'all was saying that against Ben Carson. This was black men speaking up against Ben Carson being the VP pick in favor of J.D. Vance. So I'm like, what kind of top down shit? What kind of bullshit are y'all on? What kind of Republican shit are y'all on? Because I didn't understand why they wouldn't go with Ben Carson, but they was coming up with all these excuses. He don't know how to run intelligence networks. Do Kamala Harris know how to run them? Do J.D. Vance know how to motherfucking run them? That shit ain't ran by no damn vice president. The vice president, I just showed you the vice president don't do shit. I was just on government.gov. It was just on the executive branch page of the damn government. And it said it didn't give no list of duties and responsibilities. Then no vice president know how to run no damn intelligence networks. Does Kamala Harris know business? She knows prosecutorial. She was a district attorney. She knows the Senate. But they were saying, oh, Ben Carson can't be the vice president because he don't know the business. Does Kamala Harris know business? Is she a corporate head? That don't even fucking matter. And he does know business. He has ran the business. He has uh he Ben Carson got nonprofits. All that. It's in 50 states. That's in multiple cities. And he has run. He's a surgeon. A private practice. He has ran private practices. He has worked for the government. He has held positions at the executive level, and he has worked with multiple politicians of the executive branch already. So I just didn't understand why wouldn't they go with a Ben Carson. I don't know who the fuck made that decision. I don't know who in Trump's team thought that was a good idea, and what kind of backdoor deals or what kind of shit y'all was doing, what kind of agenda y'all was pushing. And the agenda could still probably be pushed even with this bullshit, even with this cross-dressing bullshit. It probably is. But probably people are fickle. You come out with something for fucking viral. The Americans forget about this shit. Y'all could bury this, but the Democrats got a lot of pull, and they got 350 mil that they about to spend on this advertising. They gonna keep this motherfucking picture out circulating. They gonna keep it motherfucking circulating. So I mean, he gonna have to jump in front of it. He should have jumped in front of it. Y'all supposed to clean this shit up even beforehand. Y'all supposed to clean all that shit up. I don't understand y'all. Y'all don't got the right, man. I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. I couldn't believe that think tank was saying that. And I said it. I said, what kind of move they pushing? Only for this man to embarrass Trump multiple times already. He attacked the cat lady with the Trump with the women that's childless, and now he's doing this cross dressing shit. I do think that he did good. He does good interview wise. I saw the interview we had on CNN. Was it CNN? He did an interview and he got at him. Let me see. Let me see if I can find clips of the. He did really good on the CNN interview. Actually, this interview right here, it was a little filibustery. He gotta, but he held his motherfucking own, and he wouldn't let up. He wouldn't let them control the narrative. He wouldn't let them control the narrative at all. And believe it or not, this had very good reviews from the American people. I did the research as far as their feedback on it. They thought he did really good. I personally felt like work on that relatability that we were talking about, but I'm telling you, they thought that he handed this, that he did a good job because it was biased media, and this was State of the Union, and this is the type of thing I don't think he needs to do no independent rallies yet. This is the type of thing he should be doing: virtual interviews, Zoom meetings, town hall meetings with CNN and Fox or whatever. This is good, especially if he acts like this, because this is how he's going to build up his base in terms of being able to get that turnout for at an independent rally. Right now, he can only get about 200 people out. And that's okay, but he's not well known, so he has to build up that capacity. And so he was able to clear up some things and whatnot. But I felt like he does good with this type of stuff. The one-on-one with Republican Senator J.D. Vance. When was this interview? Was this the same day as this one? Or is that a different day? But this is his strong suit. He's good there. He fights. He's good. I don't know if he rehearses or how he prepares for his interview, but he does good in the interviews. And so that's a strong point. I felt like he did really good. I felt like he fought for his perspective and his point of view to be heard. He did not get railroaded. He didn't let her put words in his mouth. He made sure to finish his point. He focused on Harris. He bashed Harris. And so that's I think his strong point is to keep doing them type of interviews, to prepare for them, to anticipate the questions in terms of that cross-dressing shit. and that cat lady stuff. They're gonna run that a little bit through the ringer a little bit more. So he needs to prepare profound sound answers that are logical, that make sense, that are stern, and needs to state why, come up. Even if I had to make up a whole story about the Halloween shit, uh, make it logical, play it down. Say if you even if you offended, say if I offended LGBT, I don't mean to offend. It was just a Halloween costume, and I don't want to make anybody feel I was the character in such and such movie, and my friend dared me, and But that was when I was young in college, that type of thing. That's how you do that, and explain what you mean about the anti-family stuff, and keep it fucking moving, and keep grilling on what's important in terms of the policies. He called out Kamala for plagiarizing some of the policies, and so the that's what you have to do. Now, did Tim Waz have an interview? I don't think Tim Waz has done interviews yet. I haven't seen it. See, this one went viral, so that's the reason why I seen it. Like I wasn't looking for it, but it went viral because of the way he, a lot of people like the way he performed. I'm telling you, a lot of the people was like he did a good job, so it went viral. But Tim Waz, did he do an interview yet? I don't think he's done. Yeah, something here. Okay, there was an interview with him too. I got to check it out. So he didn't go viral, but it says under consideration to be Harris running mate. So we haven't had much of a. We need a debate between these two people. That would be entertaining to watch, and that way you get to know them a little bit better. Um, but yeah, we, I don't know which. See, Tim Watts hasn't put his foot in his mouth or hasn't said anything where it's like that's kept him viral, and so that's another thing where they say all publicity is good publicity. That's something that JD Vance is benefiting from right now. The fact that he's made obnoxious statements. The fact that he's going viral for Halloween cross dressing costume. See, so he's keeping it. In fact, he's going viral for that interview. Tim Waz is not. He's not going viral for anything. Then they saying that he fabricated his valor in the military. Now he was in National Guard, from what I'm understanding, and so you don't want to take that away from him, or and whether he saw combat or not. I mean, I don't know the context of what was going all in. I'm not gonna hold you. But they were saying that his credentials or his valor in the military was getting exaggerated, and I don't know if he did that or if his team was doing that or whatever, or if it was just a flippant statement. I wish I had more information about it. I did watch it briefly, but then again, when I say information, it's like stuff I have to research because people could say things and it could be fake news. This is politics, and so people will dramatize or be hyperbolic rather about statements that people make and say, or they purposely misinterpret things that you said, and that's how politics work. And so, can you even? I have to look into that myself, and to be honest, I ain't that invested in even finding out because I got my own shit to worry about. So I do look at esoteric politics and shit because I like to study symbols and I like to see, you know, what's behind that veil, because I do know that this whole situation is much deeper, and there is this is more so of, I wouldn't say that they puppets because I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody, but they don't make a lot of the decisions, and they have to execute they have to implement the plans rather of the agendas of the establishment, and that's just how it go. Regardless of who wins. And I know that going in. I know that all the presidents are related to one another. Every single last one of them are related to one another, including Obama. I know that it's based on bloodline, and that they have ties to certain brotherhoods and orders, and that go back generations, since time immemorial. Even to the founding fathers of this country, even all the way down to the fucking Roman Empire, the British Empire, and or when the Moors were in rulership. So I know how bloodlines work and how this shit goes. And so I like to talk about the esoteric aspects of it because that's the only lens in which I can see it, especially as a priestess. That's the only way I could see it. I can't sit up there and be taking this shit so dead ahead, politics all dead ass serious like that, when I know that a lot of this stuff is world stage, and I know that it's a lot of it is a Truman Show, and that there's a lot of orchestration of events and psyops and propaganda and stuff. It's a lot of propaganda. And we know that how the power that the banking institutions and hedge funds have, and how they can orchestrate and agendas and have things play out the way they want it to motherfucking play out at the governmental level. And so you can't get me to be all dead ass serious, like like talking about. I remember like back in the day, if you to discuss politics, you were kind of looked at as like, someone that was informed and well informed. I don't see that as that much. I don't see it. Not if you don't take into account the esoteric aspects of the way the government is really ran. And so I can't take that serious of a person that understands. Now the people that runs the government, they know that there's a deeper government involved. They're under oath and sworn to protect and keep secret. So I don't expect them to act like to acknowledge what the fuck I'm saying, or But for those that, but Trump got out and said we draining the swamp, we getting rid of the deep state, we tired of these motherfuckers. At least Trump was honest about it, that there is a deep state. But we think of deep state, we talking about blackmail. By that we talking about literally people that are blackmailed into secrecy, as well as certain interest groups that believe in certain birthrights, bloodlines, secret societies, whatever, that type thing. JFK tried to wake that up. You see what they did right in front of that motherfucker's wife. Uh, how they smooth balloon his motherfucking head off for talking about how he was gonna go after them secret societies and go after them as a Catholic, as an Irish, and they knew that. And it's like they don't play that. I mean, you could go talk your shit or whatever you're gonna do, but you don't go into and from the bloodline he went out. That was a no. I talk a lot of shit myself, and I take heavy hits for talking shit about secret societies and all types of shit and what I feel. But I ain't up there that deep in. I mean, I know that I ain't that reckless. If I was gonna run and damn fucking win, and I know I was selected to win, I'm not that damn reckless. Uh, and then there was some entities on that JFK family that kind of went haywire. Now we getting into the occult. It's real. That's why they talk about the JFK curse and all that shit, and the Kennedy curse and all that stuff. It's a lot of stuff that didn't go right with one of them contracts, and they rampant. Some spirits. I'm telling you, I could feel it. I could see into it. But nonetheless, you saw what they did with JFK for talking about he was saying, I'm gonna go after the secret societies. I'm gonna go after. We talking about stuff that's way above that pay grade of that. Because even like we talk about some of the secret societies are real low level. It's stuff that's way higher than that. It's stuff I'm telling you, the highest levels of all this stuff is interdimensional. So that's when you start to really we talk about interdimensional. So yes, you can still be human in flesh or whatever, but you could be an interdimensional being or whatever. But if we talk about like how people was laughing saying David, are you crazy? Because he was saying the highest levels of the CIA is ran from the fourth astral level, and that shit is true. And that's nothing. That's the level that he could even still see. That's nothing. The CIA is ran way higher of a dimension than 4D, way higher. They can't get past 20D, but they do have beings that have association with CIA as far as their clearance. And let me shut up and make sure my sound is still on because they'll cut my shit off. That is higher. Some that's higher than damn 4D. But he ain't, but that he got the right idea, because that's where y'all need to go as Americans. And he's still too early on that. And I know the shit I'm talking about him too early on. It's about 20D and 10D and all this shit, interdimensional beings. But at least he got the right motherfucking idea, because he does know how this shit is really ran. And when he said that it's ran on 4D, he is right about there is a component of the intelligence agencies that do run on 4D for sure. Absolutely. He's not wrong on that. I'm just saying that it goes higher. Way higher. Um, and so I say that to say that that's when we're talking about that esoteric politics. And I can't take anybody, for me, I know how this stuff is working, how it works. And there is, it's not just conspiracy. There's like evidence. There are people that have come forward. There are whistleblowers that are now dead. There are people that have had that come forward with testimony and that were in very high positions of government very high positions of certain even societies, and they have come forward and said that there are black ops, there are deeper things that goes on. There is a shadow government, and so what we're trying to do, and I'll be very honest about this, was as far as esoteric politics, and what I'm trying to do is bridge the gap between that. So when 4 years from now, 10 years, when shit really get popping, American people are the average American at least knows. The average American knows that how this shit is really ran. That's why Trump said they'll have his so fixed 4 years. Your ass won't even be vote. Just get out and vote this last time. He try to tell y'all right to your face. Y'all can't even catch the codes. And you say, well, we'll have this fixed so much for 4 years, and you just get out here and vote. He said, I need y'all Christians to get out and vote. But in 4 years, y'all don't even have to worry about it. They go, and then we got Bernie Sanders talking about some, yeah, our country is becoming an oligarchy. They trying to let y'all know it's already a fucking oligarchy. They just don't know how to tell y'all motherfucking asses nothing, because they already know a lot of the stuff they did, they had no business doing. And if you gonna do something, at least be fucking transparent about it, and do it right. And so if this shit has been always been a monarchy and an oligarchy based on a bloodline, a certain bloodline and brotherhood based on an oath or whatever, then you got to say that. But my thing is, y'all don't even need that, because I'm telling you right now, I already know that the founding I already know that they really are done with that damn brotherhood shit. And we talking about the founders of that shit. They have came to me. I don't care how crazy I want to say I am. I wouldn't know all the information I know literally just from the spiritual realm. And I'm not a channeler of just some random ass entities, and I'm not a channeler like how people may think that. I channel the higher octaves of myself. Y'all know what quantum entanglement is, when you can be in two positions of dimensionality at once. Every human has that capability. Everybody got an oversoul. It's just that I'm very much in tune with who I am in the spiritual realm, and I know the octaves of myself. So I'm not channeling some intranquil spirit or some random ass motherfucking entity. I know exactly when I say I'm channeling in quantum entanglement, I'm channeling the highest octave of myself. That's why I have Naki Church of the Higher Self. I don't believe in externalizing my energy outside of nobody else. I don't sit up there and go conjure and summon up spirits and entities to talk to and channel. I do not do that shit. I don't have to. And I do believe in God, and I know that the connection I have with God is personal. But as far as the messages that I have, that come from my higher self, but also the Godhead. I don't have a choice in some of the experiences that I've had spiritually, and that's because of my bloodline and who I am in rank, the star family that I come from, my epigenetics, the star seeds the star galactic seeds that are embedded within my DNA. But guess what? Everybody has star seeds embedded in their DNA. It's just different for each person. It's just different for each person. So when we talk about, like, I'm telling you, there's a lot of disappointment in the way a lot of these organizations is ran, even from the people that started them, and they don't have the power behind them because they're too corrupt. And so the ancestry of original uh, these original societies, and once they were started, they don't have that backing anymore, because the information is so botched. It was either misinterpreted or it just got so corrupt, and so they don't honor it, and so it's still gonna end up falling apart, because they want to see the changes. The founders of the organizations want to see the change. The ancestors of the organizations want to see it changed, or they want to see it go back to what it was, or they want to see changes in a way of less corruption and more about what the information was about, which is about enlightenment. I don't understand this shit. Like, how could you have powerful esoteric bodies of work that are literally designed to teach you codes of enlightenment, uh, of liberation, of freedom, but then y'all using that shit to swear people into oaths and to kill you, like Harambe and all this shit. Y'all have some fucking order. Y'all done just infiltrated somebody's society and started doing your own shit and introducing your own teachings, and botching the shit, and fucking people up. in the process, innocent as people that don't even know what the hell's going on, and making them do stupid shit to move up in the ranks. I'm talking to the shadow side. And so, you know, like I said, Saint Bernard does not approve of none of this shit y'all was doing. Um, even if we was talking to, even if we were to get into Albert Pike or uh, Adam Westshot, they like, even if we were to do that, but let's talk about where the shit actually really motherfucking came from. That was who it was stolen from. 125D, which was given from 125D to the Atlantean dimension, and the Atlantean dimension touched down in Africa and gave it to the Africans and to the North Americans and the Americas and then Africans, because that was a dimension of that was the interdimensional beings that touched down on all places on this planet. They were sent here to give the information to humans, and yes, there was entities that knew that correct information and purposely perverted it to control the human population, to control the humans. So some of the information got perverted along the way. But somebody stole that information and somebody took some shit and they misinterpreted it. And you could tell by the way that the state of this planet and the way that American country is being ran, that is clearly on its, that the information is fucked up. So if we're gonna bridge the gap between uh, the those that are still even trying to get out of the matrix or evolve their own matrix into the IPUs of some of the literal primordial gods that are on this planet, primordial deities, angels, people that are higher than 5D or at 5D, those that can get to 6D, 7D, 8D, 10D, 45D, 20D. Like those beings don't have any interest in nothing to do with the matrix or nothing to do with politics, nonetheless. Some of us do. But if we're to bridge that gap between that and y'all don't listen to us, then fuck it. Because I'm not talking about the American people. I'm talking about the shadow government itself, the elites, the powers that be, quote unquote, quote one fucking quote. Um, it's like y'all don't listen to the light bearers or the morning stars or the primordials or the ancient ones. Y'all don't listen to nothing that we got to say because of the jealousies that y'all have of us, or the fact that y'all scared of y'all way of life, or the power that y'all gonna have y'all power removed, or y'all gonna, so y'all try to kill us and y'all try to do all types of shit to us, and then we gonna bust back, and now it's a mess. My thing is, don't fucking conjure us, don't fucking will us into existence, and I'm even talking about myself. Because I'm talking about, I was willed into existence, and I knew that very much at 5 years old. I was willed onto this planet as octaves of myself. Yes, this is not my first time being on planet Earth, but I don't have much experience in Earthling consciousness as much as there are humans that have been here for a long time. There's other species that have been here for a long time, and they're talking about their soul. Their soul has been on planet Earth for a minute, and so they're very familiar with the machinations of planet Earth consciousness and the way things work on planet Earth, good and bad, and how, especially like some of the Lemurians and some of the entities of the water. We don't get too deep. They know how Earth is. They'll help you navigate. They'll help, like, especially when I was up there talking my shit, and I know I offended a lot of powerful people, and I know the Lemurians and they look like, 'cause some of them, they've been hiding in caves, they've been hiding underground, they've been hiding in the water, they got all types of civilizations on this fucking planet. It's stuff that you can't even see, that you're just now going to be able to see as you ascend. But man, it let me know, man, girl, don't say that. Don't you? They had to protect me because I was already set talking my shit and saying what the fuck I had to say. But it was like, damn, like that's that type of shit don't really happen on planet Earth, because beings even at the 10D level that are on planet Earth, they just don't really, they mind a business. And with me from 125D, I could see what was going on this planet that was being hidden, and I wasn't the only one. Other humans know this shit too, but they don't necessarily go at them with it. And it came to my door, and I said what the fuck I said. But it's like, yeah. So there's beings that be like, yeah, they do that. That's what they do. They've been doing that shit. That really ain't got nothing to do with us. We on our own frequency. We on our own. We focus on ourselves. Like, that's how some of these beings on this planet feel. So yes, they let the humans get used as loosh. Yes, they know what's going on with the children. And they still, even as a higher order frequency, they said we've given them all the information that some of the humans that got our light codes, we help them if they ask for help. But the thing is, if you don't ask for help, nobody's gonna get involved because they are interdimensional, so they don't have to deal with the shit that y'all have to deal with as humans. So if you don't ask for help, you're not going to fucking get it. Now, certain groups do conjure in certain entities and spirits, but they work on the behalf of those groups. They'll work on the behalf of that person. But collectively, humanity does not ask for help from interdimensional beings. They ask for Jesus. They ask for that, and they try to give you that. And you reject that. How many messiahs have you? How many angels have y'all killed since even 2000, in the last 2,000 years? How many prophets have y'all killed? How many light bearers have y'all killed? How many prophet revolutionaries have y'all killed? I mean, that humans literally have received payment and bribe to sell entities out, to sell other people out that were sent to help you. And so that's also a thing that we know about humans. And so you still have to help yourself. You can only help those that help themselves. Nobody can do the work for you as far as your soul ascension, and that's really something humans. That's really something y'all don't understand yet. And anybody that especially the people that's in that organized religion, they think that somebody can magically die for them and white. Y'all, man, I swear that is. I mean, and I know it's offensive for me to even talk like this, and I don't want to offend nobody, but you got to do your own soul work. You have to ascend your soul. No one can ascend your soul for you. And I'm not talking to nobody, that's probably that checks in with me. When you look at the state of the world and you see these people brainwashed by organized religion and thinking someone else can die for them, and then that's how they gonna be forgiven and all this crazy ass shit. Like, no, you gotta do that work. That's not what that Bible said, and y'all don't even read that shit right. And that is a code. That is a key to open to get your ass up out of this matrix. And God sit up there, it'd be 25 years and all this shit. And they preach that prosperity gospel to people. And all people be brainwashed of it. They just get brainwashed and they thinking that they heaven is once they die. And instead of creating the kingdom of God within right on planet Earth, while they in the flesh and doing that on an individual level and a collective level. But on the individual level, it's supposed to get you to do them greater works than he. But yeah, I'm speaking in code right now. But it's like, what the fuck? Somebody told y'all that shit. That's what the fallen angels created it to be that way. And they sent that shit down through the secret societies and then Catholic and a Jesuit church. It's as simple as that. I don't care. Y'all don't have to believe me. I'm telling you, as a 125D being, what the fuck happened. You can take it or leave it. But that's why the planet is the way it is. Nobody can do, and that's something that humans don't understand. They think the guru coming to get them in a spaceship. There are interdimensional beings on planet Earth. Make no mistake about it. Uh, they are in human flesh. Many of them are in human flesh. There are many humans that are interdimensional. Let's be real. It's not a extraterrestrial or all this bullshit that y'all be thinking. They've always been here. Uh, Planet Earth has been studied for millennia. Many beings they come they watch everything that we do. It's some of them they see us like we with motherfucking reality TV show, a damn movie or some shit. They be watching Planet Earth like that. Many of you humans. Some of them they will decide to help if you have their light code. It's Atlanteans that's down here now that's only checking for other Atlanteans and only helping Atlanteans. They don't give a fuck about nobody else. It's Pleiadians that's only helping Pleiadians. Some of them do help other people. And some of you humans are so lucky you got 12 strands of fucking hybrid star seeds in you. So that means you racked up in the spiritual realm. That means you got uh Atlantean help, Lemurian help, Pleiadian help, Arcturian help, Andromedian help, Draco reptilian help, Lemur help, Mantis help, Gray help. Some of y'all, a lot of people, they say all that DNA mixture is all fucked up and corrupt and all that shit and all. But if it get activated, you'll have access to them damn portals, them constellations, those dimensions of where they come from, and the energy from it, and the help from those dimensions. Now, I would say if somebody's trying to activate, just fucking meditate and I can't. It's different for everybody. Mine was very dramatic and very hectic and chaotic. Um, that's the primordial divine feminine energy. Other people, their awakening is could be simple bodhisattva fucking tree under a bodhi tree somewhere, and just something real simple, and they finally get it, and it's like, oh shit, they get activated or something, or maybe you are there praying, or you know, it's different for everybody. But yeah, I know that's heavy. That's heavy, 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 heavy. That brings me into that fucking UFO sighting. Matter of fact, we can talk about that now. But yeah, it's a lot. It's interdimensional. It's always been here. Every religion talks about interdimensional beings. Every philosophy, religious text from antiquity, every spiritual system on this planet from antiquity since the beginning of the time has always talked about interdimensional beings. There's not one, actually, even your non-contact tribes or your quote-unquote primitive tribes, whether they in Africa, North America, Europe, whatever, they all talked about the star systems and the constellations in which they came from, whether that be Pleiades. There's plenty of American Indian tribes in America that know for a fact that they come from the Pleiades star constellation or the Orion star constellation. Serious. We talking about this. This is what they wrote in their motherfucking documents and or their oral history or what they wrote in their books before colonization, before Western imperialism, before slavery. And so them people may know something. Why the fuck would they say they came from a Pleiades star system? Why the fuck would they say some Atlanteans gave them some information? Why would they say that some fallen angels taught them how to build them pyramids? Why would they say that in a Mahabharata his flying saucers from Krishna came out with some damn nuclear weapons and Upanishads? This shit is real. And obviously the Sumerians and the Babylon. What do y'all think is just made up? Just because a secret society decides to take all the information and hide it, and they don't even fucking understand it. They keep it all away from you so that they can rule over humans and keep you from being enlightened and keep you recycling and time looping. What that doesn't mean that it's not real just because you don't know about it or just because you're brainwashed against it and not thinking everything is a demon, a demon, a demon. Some of your ancestors are literally water spirits. It got all these black people talking, condemning the Marine Kingdom. He's talking about Hebrew Israelites doing this shit. And we're like baffled. We're like, what the fuck? Because everybody know about the Marine Kingdom and the spirit. Those who know, we know. And it's like, are you serious? And they're praying against their own motherfucking ancestors. Black men praying against their own ancestors. Water is life. Water is power. Water is power. Water is everything. You're made up of 70% water. You came out of you start off as what? Looking like a motherfucking tadpole and shit. And you born, you evolve in a state of water in a mama pouch before you come out the coochie. And these motherfuckers sit up there talking about the Marine Kingdom spirits are evil and Tiamat and oh my dear, they're evil, it's demonic, it's demonic, it's demonic because we gotta follow the Hebrews. And I'm thinking like, man, y'all some motherfucking lost ass niggas. And y'all praying against y'all ancestors and y'all wonder why y'all at where y'all at in this country. And globally, even the Africans. Y'all wonder why y'all at where y'all at. It's not a story. Them Africans been talking about them damn mermaids for thousands of years. Same with Haiti. They've been talking about them damn mermaids and water spirits helping them for years. Dolphins used to deliver babies for humans. Dolphins used to fish for humans. They don't even fuck with y'all no more. They don't fish for humans no more. This is a fact. Dolphins, and even today, they still will deliver babies now, and they love. Uh, I know what dolphins like to do to humans. Y'all be careful. Y'all be careful because they don't see y'all as any different than them. They know exactly your origins, and they like to fuck. Dolphins are very freaky. And there's video after video on this. Y'all could try to say I'm being crazy or you doing too much. And them dolphins like to fuck, and they have it's a known thing. As soon as you Google dolphins, uh, sexual assault of humans, essay of humans, it's like a known thing. It's a known thing that it's a very high possibility that you will get fucked on by some dolphin if you go try to mess with them. Now, except for if you're pregnant. When you're pregnant, they go and try to play with the baby, and they love to deliver babies still. Y'all could laugh at this shit. This is like esoteric information 101. This is like in books by PhDs. Like this is a known thing that dolphins uh used to do fishing for humans, and they used to give they love to assist in the pregnancy. That's why people have dolphin births all the time. That ain't nothing new. I mean, even to this day, humans do the dolphin birth for that reason, because they know they go get special treatment, and that's what the original way was for a lot of melanated people uh, globally. That when it's time to go pregnant, you're gonna get pregnant. You get pregnant, and then you're gonna have a water dolphin birth. That's why water births are popular. But now they bringing back the dolphins, dolphin water birth, and because they know that's what that was calming to the female, and the dolphins send out sonar waves of frequencies to calm the female as well, and they are there to assist in the pregnancy. This is a fact. This is a 100% fact. Now, I don't even need a book to tell me that. I can get a book to confirm it. I can pull up videos about it. But I knew this intuitively, that dolphin is a bad motherfucker. Now, but y'all be careful. Because like I said, they like to fuck. And I'm telling you, there was just a dolphin. Hey, this video going viral right now. This dolphin was literally trying to dig in this female's coochie with the dog with the snout. And the dolphins have orgies. They freaky. They have orgies, male, male, female, female. Um, they mate for life too, but they literally have full blown orgies. They're matriarchal, and so the dolphins, the marine kingdom spirits do are very very disappointed in humans. By the way, some of them, because they do pray against them so much, and it's like, you a fucking idiot to come out of water, be born out of water, be 70% water, and attack the ocean spirits like that. The ocean, which protects and cleanses and provides. And we talk about melanated people doing that, black men's. I saw them. I saw the Hebrew Israelites talking about the marine kingdom spirits of evil and all this stuff. And I'm like, ooh. And you supposed to be a Hebrew? Ooh, talking like that? Ooh, good luck. And you wonder why you ain't take control over your system yet, and how they stole your motherfucking identity, and now they running around talking about they the who, you know who, what rhyme with who, and they say that you the nigga, that you a niggified whatever, and they took your shit, and you sit up there, the marine kingdom spirits, and marine kingdom spirits, you got a problem with us? We ain't never had a problem with you. You got a problem with us? Okay, now we got a problem with you, motherfucker. That's what they say to us. These are female. These are very feminine energies, and they upset. I'm telling you, they're very upset, because they like, man, y'all sitting up there, y'all sitting there, you treat women like shit, you treat children like shit. Y'all planet is fucked up. Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't know shit anymore. I don't even know where y'all come from anymore. And y'all got the nerve to sit and pray against the water. Oh, good motherfucking luck then. And so the dolphins still fuck with you. Killer whales will still fuck with you. But a lot of them, the advanced civilizations, advanced civilizations of the ocean, they so done. An octopus. Oh, we don't even want to talk about the octopus. And octopus are not from planet Earth, as we already know. But they still, nonetheless, water. They like the water. But y'all think y'all the holy grail just because you're a human, and because you a human, so that means you have reign over these animals and all this shit, and these waters creatures and all that. Okay, okay. But I know for a fact that I remember when they said we about to declare war on these motherfuckers, and I held them back. I said, "Nah, let's just help them. Don't fuck with them, but let them be. They have to learn their lesson the hard way. Let them be." And for those of us that know, we'll know, and we are very grateful for the protection of the water, and for the water goddesses and water energies that fuck with us. Again, some of them are literally our ancestors. They are literally your ancestors. And I know it's offensive to some people, but you pray against your ancestors, man. When them motherfuckers try to kill my ass, I said, I need them. Well, come on, Lemurian. I need your motherfucking ass. Because there's some Lemurians that's water entities. And I needed that. I needed that activation. I would have been fried motherfucking alive. Yeah, I don't know what a DEW and radiation, somebody trying to kill your mother. Man, I think them wires connected to your house, man. You shit. And that's the only information I'm giving. I had to go to different ancestors that I know are galactic, and I know for a fact they came to me. I didn't even have to go to them, but I needed. I didn't scoff at it. I didn't scoff at the help because I needed the fucking help, or else my human ass would have died. And humans are interdimensional. It's just different levels of awareness. And so, y'all see a lot of these men's that be dying out here, and people be dying out here. They don't got no spiritual protection because they pray against their own fucking ancestors. Even if you want to practice organized heavy religion, you still got to know some shit. That's why I respect magi's and Chaldean magi's and people that understand a bloodline, because that's your key. People that understand the esoteric aspects of whatever they follow, of whatever they believe in, and they understand it conceptually and experientially and theoretically on their own accord, through their own meditation and through their own gnosis and through their own research, through their own experiences, not what somebody else told them to do, not what somebody else told them to believe, not what programming in school and religion told them, but through their own work, their own internal spiritual soul work. That I want to fucking respect. Now let me get on to this topic of this damn UFOs. Now we talk about interdimensional beings. They were saying that there was multiple UFO sightings in Palmdale, Lancaster, California yesterday. People were saying, and they try to cover this stuff. They always do that shit and say, "Oh, it's just drones. It was just this. It was just that," because it was by a military base. My thing is, they've been doing that shit. That ain't nothing. It's not necessarily a psyop because they've always been here. It's not an invasion. It's not a project blue beam, because y'all gonna kill me with that. That's they play that they really want you to. They know good and hell well that there are species that are higher order than them. If they want to come and touch down on this planet, they gonna motherfucking do it. Ain't nothing human can do about it. And it's already been done. It's been done for decades. It's been done for decades. It's nothing new. And the military is in on it, and they know. And so if y'all saw them UFOs dancing in the sky and all this shit, it's humans that's interdimensional. It's aspects of the military that's interdimensional. Y'all think this, yeah, man? David Icke tried to tell y'all how the CIA was run. That's the same way with the military. Wake the fuck up. It's nothing new. So it probably was our shit, but it's probably still interdimensional. It probably really is an unidentified flying object. For us, it is. For the average citizen, human, civilian, yes, it's a UFO. Yes, it may be humans on there, or it may be interdimensional beings on there. It may be Dracos on there that you saw on that formation. It's very well. Or it's not like an invasion like how you think though. Oh, some invasion there. Oh, that nobody knows about that. Oh my gosh, it's no. You just because some information is classified, or just because you don't have the clearance to know that information, don't mean that is some motherfucking invasion or that is Project Bluebeam. Not everything is Project Bluebeam. They've been had holographic technology since the motherfucking 60s. They've been fucking with your perception of vision and by through psychotronics and radionics for fucking decades. That ain't nothing. A lot of the shit you see is holographic. You think the Mars, a lot of that shit be simulated, man. Y'all gotta wake up. And I know it's hard because you realize you in the fucking video game. You realize it's a matrix, but that's why you gotta take power over your mind, and then you start programming this shit and creating that will. That's the goal of many of us, and that's the goal that many of us will obtain. But if y'all stay brainwashed to stay in the fucking slumber, okay, no, don't conjure up a higher order being and they tell you the information and you scoff at them and get jealous because and all this shit. Don't fuck with us. Leave us the fuck out of it then. Y'all figure that shit out on your own. Because y'all scoff at the information and then y'all want to Jesus us to death. And y'all don't know the connections that we have to that information or to those bloodlines to even be coming at us like that, to even attack us like that. With organized religion, some shit that your ass don't even understand as a human. I know for a fact that it's billions of people that claim that they believe in, that they Christians. I know for a fact that y'all don't understand that information. I can look at y'all planet. I can see the way y'all act, the way you're talking, the way you think, and know good and hell well you don't understand none of that shit that was really talked about. You don't understand none of those parables. You sit in church for 25 years learning about prosperity gospel under a pastor, a male pastor at that. Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or what you practicing, or you don't know what the information is. And I don't care who it offends. I don't do all that mega preach, mega church organized shit. Like, no. Y'all take the sacredness out of it and then bash the people, then attack motherfuckers that's really in line and in tune with the information that knows it and attack us and try to label us sinister and evil when you the stupid motherfucker that don't even know what the fuck you practicing. And that's why I can't, and I'm not calling Christians stupid. I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of people that I know have attack me because I know about as far as me being a Nakhtian priestess and being interdimensional, being admittedly interdimensional as a human, and being well versed as a ordained minister in understanding the IPUs of every spiritual system on this planet, generally speaking, and me understanding the original origins of where this shit all come from. So I gotta be the one to get attacked because I'm not a brainwashed motherfucker like the rest of y'all. And them powers that be, man, y'all got y'all good. Because y'all sit here waiting on something where that you can be delivered from, that you supposed to be putting in that work in yourself. And y'all could wait, but when he come back and cuss y'all motherfucking asses out, don't say nothing. Don't say I didn't tell y'all. Because y'all gonna be getting in for a rude awakening. Y'all gonna be in for a rude awakening for what y'all think. Y'all think an angel's supposed to baby you and be nice. That ain't true. Archangel Michael is way harsher than me. Archangel Michael is harsher even than some of the fallen angels. Some of these angels don't even are meaner than the fallen angels. Way meaner. They don't have tolerance for stupid shit. They don't have, these are, for one, in the galactic sense, they are very young. So they're not primordial. And even some of the primordials are, they're not cutthroat, but it's not, it's not even so much the tolerance level is low. With angels, yes, the tolerance level is low. I ain't gonna hold you. But like with some of the primordial energies, the tolerance level is not low, but there's not a lot of room for excuses. I'll just say that. There's not a lot of room for excuses. A lot of excuses. Those type of energies deal with accountability and doing the work that is in your best interest that will evolve you with the most efficiency, about working smarter, not harder. And so they will interact in your life in ways that produce those type of outcomes, and are not always pretty for those that want to externalize their power, that want someone to do the work for them, that want someone to save them, that want someone to spoon feed them, hold their hand, that want someone to rub their head. And, I mean, if you want to do that, create your own archetype of an egregore that would do that. Create your own God that would do that. But don't go to primordial bloodlines that created these systems and try to tell them how those systems are ran, or get mad when they tell you that your systems is bullshit and that it was misinterpreted information. Don't get mad at us. Just don't fuck with us. But we gonna deal with the people that get it. That don't mean that the whole you write off the whole, no, everybody. You gotta fuck with the people that fuck with you. You gotta love the people that love you. You know, that's how it works. You gotta fuck with the people that fuck with you. If you focus on the people that don't mess with you, you're gonna slow yourself down. And that's real fucking facts. I've learned that the hard way. I learned that just for myself. I've tried so hard, not, it wasn't so much seeking validation, but you just thinking you fucking with people, and you don't realize that they don't really fuck with you. That they jealous of you, and that they actually don't want to see nothing good come your way. And you sitting here thinking that because of their family, or because we all black, or because we all this, that we all, you thinking you supposed to fuck with them off of that strength of that, and that y'all gonna be cool, and you want to prove to them that you a solid person, that you'll be loyal to them, and that you will fuck with them. If that all the while in they heart they got nothing but deceit and they heart for you, and they don't fuck with you, and you will slow yourself down doing that. And I'm telling you from experience that I've helped myself back in a lot of ways doing that shit, just because, oh, you thinking it's a black man, they're gonna look out for you as black people, and we supposed to do this, we gonna do that, and I'm gonna show them that my value and my assets in terms of my talent, and those motherfuckers are sitting there jealous, thinking of how the fuck they gonna take that shit from you, or they copying your shit and then saying they don't know you, stupid shit like that. Like this is what I have dealt with, jealous as fuck. And then they'll try to turn it around to make you look crazy if you speak out about it, because they have plausible deniability, because They're much older. They work in intelligence agencies and they know how military psychological operations work and how to play someone, how to make someone else look crazy while they look innocent. These are people that are, we talk about people that are 30 years my age that are able, that are experts at doing this shit of psychological operations and how to carry that stuff out. And I had to study that stuff out. I'm 32 years old. So I know how this stuff works. But I'm telling you, anybody, like, don't slow yourself down. Like, if you know that you a teacher or whatever you got going on, you know, if motherfuckers ain't fucking with you or you realize you ain't getting nowhere with that particular audience, just don't fuck with them. Because I'm telling you, it's a play. You gonna set yourself up to get done up. You gonna set yourself up for the kill, dealing with stupid motherfuckers that's not on your level, or people that's just jealous of you. People that know that your frequency is not theirs, and they just using you as an energy fuel, using you as an energy source, setting it up all behind your back so where they can sacrifice your ass and steal them gifts off of your ass. And they'll lie about it and try to act like they actually loved you. And when you're dead, you'll see that you was fucking played. And they'll be laughing at you too on the other side. They'll be laughing. And they try to do that shit to me. That's how I know how it works. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And can't nobody convince me otherwise because I had some even evidence to prove some of the shit that I'm talking about. That's how sloppy they got. They got so desperate because they just knew they just knew they was gonna get me. So, yeah, I'm telling you, man, fuck with the people that fuck with you. I don't care if it's just one motherfucker, two motherfuckers. That's all you need in life. You don't need a bunch of motherfuckers because only about 3 or 4 people actually really care about your ass. Seriously, the rest of them motherfuckers, if you something was to happen to you or you was to fall down, ain't nobody gonna have your motherfucking back. But it probably about 1 to 2 people, if that, because they can pay them motherfuckers off. With me, I have nobody. But you'll probably have 1 or 2 motherfuckers that actually look out for you. Maybe if you get lucky, you get 3, 4, 5. But I'm telling you, when you get down, when you don't have nobody, and when the chips are really down, ain't nobody gonna have your back. We talking about real famous. I've seen it. There's people with hundreds of thousands of followers, right, on this YouTube thing. They literally went homeless. Not one YouTuber helped them. Not one YouTube follower helped that motherfucker. I sent them some money, but I didn't have. I'm not in a position to actually offer my home or anything to house to another person, especially in a different state. But if I was, I would have done it. But the only thing I could do is send a couple of dollars here and there when I get my hands on some dollars, get my hands on some money myself. But yeah, I've witnessed it where somebody just fall down on their luck and don't nobody, not one soul will help you, not one soul, and you'll have hundreds of thousands of hundreds of thousands of followers. I've seen it. It's literally play. It's. I'm not gonna say the person's name because I don't want to embarrass them if they don't want their business all out there like that. But it's a known thing. They told their following that they are homeless, and they were in a homeless shelter. And it's like you got a penny, you got to ask for help or whatever. That nobody help you, and I know what that feels like. And so it's only a good about 1 or 2, 3 motherfuckers that really gonna have your back if anything was to happen to you. I'm talking about you ain't got nothing, not a dime to your name. It's only 1 or 2 people, if you motherfucking get lucky, that will ride out for you. And that's all that matters. And those people, you gotta cherish them. And you gotta be willing to be there for them if something like that happened to them. That's what I learned. That's what I learned in life. When you get at your lowest and you look around, all them people, none of them people are gonna be there to help you. And if they there to help, they don't want to help you. I know what it's like. And that my little shit that was like a little ritual that they was doing a little psyop on my ass, but they had froze my motherfucking bank account and I couldn't get access to my money. And they was running a motherfucker, and I don't care what nobody say, I don't care what y'all call me. It was a DUW. It was a bunch of electrical fucking wires hooked up to that house, and they can turn something with them wires on it, all them electric wires. I'm not talking about, if you look at, I'm talking about, like, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Electric wires connected to house. And especially if you're in the hood, this is really, really common. This is really common to have like a bunch of electric wires connected to trying to Like this shit like this, when you be seeing like all this stuff hooked up like that, that could be turned into a military weapon. Your motherfucking ass do know that, right? I don't mean to call, be cussing at y'all. Like this shit like that. If you act up, or if the government, you sit up there and come online, that's what this stuff is there for, is to keep you. This shit will radiate your motherfucking ass and cook your ass alive. Ask me how I know. And this little stuff ain't nothing compared to the shit that was on my, because I didn't even know I was a targeted individual. I didn't know that stuff. So the shit that they had hooked it up to my shit, it was on like some whole other level. I'm talking about, it was way worse than this. It was like wires everywhere. And when I came online, or when I started going through different dimensions, they turn that shit on, and that shit feel like you frying, and you're not able to stay in your house because that shit hurts so bad. And it hurts so bad, and it feels like you're exploding from the inside and being cooked alive. And so that had happened to me. Frozen bank account, no access to my money. And this is happening at the same time I'm in my motherfucking house with these wires. And I'm telling you, I don't care what nobody say. I know that they turned something on with these motherfucking wires, and that shit felt like I was frying alive. And I kept going outside, and I called every family member to help to ask if I could stay for a couple of days with them until my bank account got unfrozen, because it was so uncomfortable to be in my house, and not one person helped me, not one soul on this planet helped me. And I had to deal with that. And actually I had to stay in that motherfucking house, and I had to work on my energy. And literally I was passing out in that motherfucking house because it was so much pain, and I couldn't walk. And it was, I'm telling you, whatever they hooked up right here and turned on my ass. Let me make sure my sound is on, because they probably turned this shit off. Whatever they turned on me, that shit was, oh man. And so I know how this shit go. Yep. And it was designed to get me. Everybody in my, I guess everybody that I called for help, they all said no, knowing that my bank account was frozen, because I guess it was a way to get me into the system. Like, oh, she's gonna have to go, she's gonna have to find, like, it was something to where they could kind of keep an eye in terms of being in some one of their institutions. And I realized that, and so I had no place to go. So I was sitting outside a lot. I was sitting outside. Thank God, my apartment was by a park, so I was able to sit in that park too a lot. But every time I would go in, it would just ramp up, and to the point where it felt like I was like having a heart attack. Like I couldn't breathe. Like, this shit was hurting. But again, everything is radiation, electromagnetism. Radiation is a form of a signal wave. And I could tell people how I was able to overcome that, but you can do that through your energy and your body. And you're going to have to, like, when I say I had God help me through that and teach me how to unlock them codes of how to maintain, how to deal that. And that's why I'm not the only person they do this to. It's a lot of Americans that are at certain bloodlines and at risk of powerful activations, powerful being able to access certain dimensions, and they already got it hooked up where your ass come online, military say do whatever they put, they fry your motherfucking ass. And I'm not the only person. It's hundreds of thousands of Americans that talk about this stuff. It's just not popular because they have it set up that way. It's plausible deniability. You can't prove it. Which actually the government did just announce. Biden administration did announce that they do have DEWs. DEWs are real in terms of weaponizing electromagnetic signals, radio waves. That is, they did admit to that. Our government has admitted to that. And so that happened this year actually. And so DEWs are real. Directed energy weapons are real. And I'm telling you that they do something with this through these wires. Now, if you're upper middle class or rich, you realize you don't have wires on your fucking home. You don't have wires. The wires are quote unquote underground, as they motherfucking say. When did we see them dig underground and put the wires under? So, like, in the hood, though, you notice them wires be on their motherfucking houses. And that's for who lives in the hood? The Black American. Cold. So why they want all these wires on your motherfucking ass? Look at that. That's the type of shit that was hooked up to one house, where they want to fry your motherfucking ass if you come online. They'll look like this. This was this type of stuff that was hooked onto my house. Like, we talking about stuff that is abnormal, where you know that that's military, where you know, like, oh shit, that's to be turned into a directed energy weapon if you awaken, if you start to develop certain gifts. Say some of you that come to become telepathic. Oh, turn it on. Boom. Boom, scramble your shit up alive. I'm telling you, this shit scramble your brain too. And you gotta talk to God, your inner God, and the God of all. Atman is Brahman, Brahman is Atman. The Father and I are one. I'm speaking in code for those that can hear me, that can follow what I'm saying. You're gonna have to dig deep into your inner energy. And literally, the thing is, this the technology they're using for these DEWs is a demonic, a reverse engineered technology that is of stolen information. And so, the way to overcome that is to build yourself up to a higher frequency, pretty much. And I know that sound like unbelievable, that can't be a way that you can avoid radiation poisoning, DEWs, but it is. You do have to you can easily develop a higher frequency than those type of technologies, because they are reverse engineered technologies that inevitably work from a lower frequency, a lower radio signal, a lower wavelength. So you just have to bring your body up to a higher wavelength. You are electromagnetic. We already know that. So electricity, electromagnetic, the electricity that you get hit with through EMS or through radiation, your body is already getting hit with about 5% of your radiation is coming from the cosmos. I do know that. You get radiated from the fucking sun. But also, as far as gamma ray radiation from the universe, your ass get hit. 5% of your radiation come from that. Even now, as you're sitting, you're getting hit with gamma ray, all types of shit. You just deal with it. It's but yes, there are ways to, and I'm not gonna get into all of that because it gets really deep, and I'm not giving clearance to give that out, because obviously, if they are using these type of things where they can do this to people, where they could just, you know, um, you don't give out how you overcome it like that online. But I will just say, you gotta raise your fucking frequency, and you'll overcome quite a bit, because their stuff is so low frequency. Anytime you attack someone out of fear of their knowledge or of their gifts, you're already automatically acting out of a low frequency. And so, with everything, like Nikola Tesla said, if you think of everything as energy and electromagnetism and frequency, then you understand that everything around you is an illusion, anyways, in terms of the perceptibility that it's 3D. And so, if you know that this is 3D and these are 3D technologies, and you know that you're an infinite being, that's your motherfucking answer. Hear me. If this ever happened to you, and there's people that this happened to, I know for a fact there are people that I know that they wanted to help me. I remember talking to people that I know they wanted to help me, and they would get motherfucking zapped on the phone and be like, oh, yeah, I'm telling you, this shit they got hooked up in people's houses, man. Whew. Mm, 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 mm. I know people say that's conspiratorial as fuck, but y'all laugh now, cry later, because when they start turning all that shit on all of y'all, and then y'all start trying to tell other people, don't come to me with it, because I try to tell y'all. I don't care how much the military deny this or the CIA deny this. I know for a fact that they use this, or if it's probably, again, the corrupt. It's not all of the military. It's a group of somebody that's infiltrated our government, that is doing illegal shit. And this is the one of the ways that they have figured out how to tamper with an American that is on an illegal watch list, if they um, know that they're from a certain bloodline or got certain special gifts. That could be telekinesis, that could be telepathy, clairvoyance, uh, bloodlines of David, bloodlines of Jah. We talk about bloodlines that know that they have reversed the identity, and they know who those people are. They have their genealogy records. They have everybody's genealogy records in America. They know exactly who everyone is. They know your gematria. They know your genealogy. And so some bloodlines are targeted more than others. Certain other gifts are targeted more than others. And it just is what it is. And it's millions of Americans that are dealing with this. And some of them are under oath, and they cannot speak out, or their whole family would get killed. Some of them they have sworn, and they're dealing with these type of things, and they will never speak out about it. You will never know, because they can't. And this is the deal that they made. And so, with me though, my rights were my rights were illegally violated, in terms of universal law. Universal law. inalienable human rights, supra human positive rights, super positive human rights, super positive galactic rights, and universal rights and laws. That was violated on my free will. That was violated. That violated my free will. And so that is why I will always speak out and continue to speak out, because I know that a lot of the systems that are set up on this planet are illegal in terms of human rights and even earth law, or even a violation of the law of commerce, the law of water. So if you violate the law of amorality, like what the fuck are you doing? And so these people are just getting so desperate for power, so desperate to control humans, so desperate to control entities, whatever you are. It's kind of ran its course. And now they thinking they're gonna attack 125D beings. They're gonna attack beings from Saturn. They're gonna attack bloodlines of David, real true bloodlines of Solomon, bloodlines of the original founders of the Knights Templar, Masonry, the original Masonry, not the fake Masons. It's a lot of shit going on. And so my thing is, what are they gonna do? Put all humans on a watch list? Put all the Americans on? I mean, they're gonna fucking wake up. What are you gonna do? Put them all on? Put them all in a no touch torture? put all the Americans in? What the fuck are y'all? What is the end game here? You know, I'm curious, because I may be ahead of my time, and I may be saying things that I know the average human may not understand what I'm saying. But what happens 50 years, 100 years from now, when they finally do understand what the fuck I'm talking about, when they experience it, or when people are not afraid to speak out? What's going to happen? You know, they say the nail that stands up gets hammered down. Yeah, that may be motherfucking true, but you can't be a coward ass bitch either. You sit up there and say that, oh, the world is unfair, or this is unjust, or whatever, but you don't say nothing to fight injustice. You don't speak out of your experience of what the fuck happened to you. Then you're a fucking coward. And it's a lot of people that know what I'm saying is true, but then they have to cover up for motherfuckers and cover up for people. That's cowardly. That's so cowardly, and that's why I'm so disappointed in a lot of aspects of many aspects of even my own community, because I know that they see a lot of coward shit going on, and to see how people carried on, it's like, ugh, I can't deal with that kind of lack of integrity. I can't have that type of energy around me, you know. And to see that so present in certain aspects, especially in that reparation space, it's just like that to me is so disgusting. Like I can't, because that kind of makes me feel like it feels like slavery for energy to be that constrained and restricted in terms of the coward energy. The fear energy is one of slavery to me, like to be fearful or cowardly. And I can't relate to that. And to see that in people, and then they try to make it seem like it's under the guise of diplomacy or getting along with someone because of just business, but you don't really fuck with that person. Now you cowardly and you fucking fake. Now you a fake ass bitch. And I can't be around fake. It's a difference between diplomacy, networking, ass kissing, being fake and phony, being deceptive, and being real. And people are trying to conflate all of that. They're trying to conflate all of that because they know that they a coward fake bitch. And so they trying to make it seem like they just being diplomatic. It's a difference. I know how to be diplomatic. What y'all doing is not being diplomatic. You being a fake coward ass bitch. Let's call it what the fuck it is. I'm not talking to y'all that's listening. I'm talking about to the people that's trying to move a certain way and not say shit or not call shit out, or they know they don't like a person. I know that they don't like a person because they told me they don't like the person. They don't fuck with the person. But then I see them in the next minute up on that person's stage, all in their face, talking with them and trying to say they, or just literally randomly writing them, say, "Oh, you're so cool. You're so inspiring." You were just on the phone telling me you don't fuck with that person. I'm telling you, this is the type of situations like that. That's not being diplomacy. You're just being fake. And you don't stand on shit. You don't have integrity. And when it counts, you go motherfucking fold and you will sell everybody out. And you can't be fucking trusted. And there's too much of that shit in the black community. And y'all gonna get real motherfuckers killed. Y'all gonna get real revolutions that will speak the truth no matter what. That will say what the fuck y'all scared to say. even if they may not be doing as much work. Y'all want everybody to go out with a motherfucking picket sign and be working and call it and stressing it and running around marching on summer. That's not everybody's job. Some people are just really fucking good at strategy. Some people are military sciences. Some people are good at teaching. Some people they have different gifts. Some people just gonna say what the fuck you thinking, but you can't say. And so you got a person that's gonna say what the fuck you gonna say, but then y'all gonna sell them up the creek and just sell their ass out and act like they just some crazy motherfucker. No, they can't fuck. A real powerful spiritual being is not fucking with no niggas like that. Y'all got too much of that. Y'all got too much of that hoe in y'all from being in this system too much. Y'all want to be in this system too motherfucking much. And it's gonna eat y'all alive. Like the Ouroboros, like the Canaanites ball. Look at the Ouroboros symbol of the snake eating its own tail, and that's this serpent Nagas, which they interpreted that fucking information, but whoever is following it, y'all gonna be beholden. Y'all gonna be held to that. You want a symbol. Through your symbolism, you will fall. That is the code. I'm letting y'all know what the fuck this is about. Let's go deep. This symbol right here. You stole information that you didn't fucking understand. You got it everywhere. You're gonna be holding to this. This is what they mean by your symbolism, you will fall. You see how the snail is eating its own self? The snake eating its own tail? Self-destructive, eating its own self, eating yeah. So you will eat your own self alive. Now, obviously, this has a deeper meaning. This is very deeper meaning. But I'm talking about for the bastards that are running a sham of a system. The fate for you is you're going to be a cannibal. You stole Canaanite information that you don't understand. Canaanite ball, the Canaanite god and a cannibal ball, ball, cannibal. Snake eat his own tail. Snake eat himself. Human, it's cannibal. Y'all gonna be holding to that. Be careful with the symbols you attach yourself to and the symbols you get involved with. The symbols is everything. That's the creation of your language. The symbol, the pictogram, the ideogram of the archetype emanates from the mind's eye, and you create the sound resonance through the numerology to create the symbol and the words to create the language. They call it Ouroboros. I'm talking about this particular symbol, not that process of language creation. But this, I'm talking about when it comes to this Ouroboros, dragon eating its own tail. This is Egyptian iconography that was stolen by the Greeks. It was adopted in Gnosticism and Hermeticism. This comes from 125D to the order of Tehuti. This is not your stuff as humans. This is what bothers me. Is y'all sit here and take people's information, don't understand it, and it wasn't just humans because there's a lot of stuff that's fallen angels. This is not even the blame of humans. This is the fallen angels that did this bullshit, and the Dracos that are ruling over you right now. But y'all, as humans, we try to tell y'all this stuff, and y'all sit up there and label us. Oh, you're a demon, you're a devil, you're this, you're this. But they stole this information, and it all relates to the divine feminine. And so, the fate. Lord have mercy. All balances out in the end. So I know it may come off like I'm scolding, but all balances out in the end. Because no one gets away with anything. And the universe bends towards justice, enlightenment, innovation, love, and balance. With the little old governing force to be able to experience taxonomy, a different resonance, and frequencies on a plane of existence, particularly 3D, is when you can do all that. Planet Earth. Yep. So I think I'm gonna get off this esoteric politics stuff. I don't belabor the point, but yeah, as far as this UFO shit, this the UFO zigzagging. Yes, there are interdimensional beings in the military. Get over it. Some of you are related to them. You may not know it. You're not activated yet. And there's not extraterrestrial invasion and all this stuff. It's been here for thousands and thousands of years. All of your religious texts already tell you this. All of your spiritual systems already tell you this. all of your primitive tribes that are some of your ancestors, whether you're African or Black American or Caribbean or white, where y'all look through your history and your genealogy, and your ancestors will tell you what star systems you come from, or if you are an Earthling. Some of you just are maybe Earthlings, but many of your creation stories already talk about coming from Sirius A, Sirius B, Sirius C, Orion, Pleiades, Andromeda. I mean, come on. There's even stories of Jesus. It's not a way to externalize or create a demarcation between a human and an alien, or a human and extraterrestrial, or a human or an interdimensional being. A human is the interdimensional being. There's this level of awareness, and you won't maybe have as access to many dimensions another human next to you may have, because they do the work. And so maybe you 3D, 4D, 5D, maybe somebody can get to can go 10D, come back down 6D, 7D, whatever the fuck they want to do. Maybe they just have it in moments. Maybe it's something, the process they can't control. See, for me, it's sometimes a process I can't control. I know when I feel threatened or whatever, my oversoul kicks in. And if somebody is plotting and doing shit on it, it's like a super transducer genius computer that starts to calculate all probabilities of how to fucking save my ass. And that's an oversoul. Everybody got an oversoul. It's like a Kali Linux system. It's like a Linux processing system of daemons, Daemons. These are entities that are like archetypes that are attached to every human being. You call them ancestors. Let's just dumb it down. Let's call it ancestors. And they will look down for your motherfucking ass if something is going to happen to you. You don't have to do it. You could be completely oblivious like my motherfucking ass. I'm completely oblivious, and people plotting on me all over the place. I'm sitting here completely oblivious. Fun times. What we gonna do? The fun times. And motherfuckers is looking at me like, how the fuck are we going to kill this bitch? I'm not the only person that happens to. A lot of people get sacrificed around here. And so with me, my oversoul will kick in. And my oversoul, so when I'm channeling into quantum entanglement, that is an aspect of my higher self that I have to reach, that I know is infinite. And I know has infinite genius to protect and to get me out of certain situations. But every human has that attached to them. Every being, every species has that attached to them. While you're in a physical body. Now, when you're dead or whatever, you transfigurate into a phantom or whatever, that's different. You probably already had that knowledge. You remember things. That the spiritual world seems more real than this world. But if you're in a 3D body, you do forget a lot of shit. And they do be mind swiping motherfuckers, especially in your sleep. They got gas to wipe your motherfucking memories, man. Just a gas alone. Well, wipe your motherfucking memories, let alone you come through that portal as a 3D being. You can't even remember nothing in your damn past life. You can't even remember nothing shit. You can't even remember being born. Some people do remember being born. Yes, there are beings on this planet that remember being born, that remember being a fucking baby. I know that y'all don't want to believe that. Don't get mad because you don't, because you forgot, and another person was able to tap it into the access chambers of their infinite brain to remember. I don't remember being born, but I know when people tell me that they remember, I don't have no reason to believe it, because I do know certain things that may seem miraculous to the average human, or impossible to the average human. I know for a fact that that people have certain special gifts, and people, not everybody is totally human, even if they appear as human flesh. And so, yeah, I was clowning Terrence Howard. I clowning everybody that come up and say that, like they said it. Oh, can't nobody read at age 2? Can't nobody do this? Your motherfucking ass couldn't do it, but don't try to say nobody else couldn't do it. Just because you couldn't do it, you can't be. Don't be projecting your limitations and self restrictions on another motherfucker. See what you could probably learn something from them. Even as unorthodox as it may sound, or as unbelievable as it may sound, you may pick up something. But if you're so close-minded to everything, which is what a lot of humans are, they so close-minded, man. Y'all so close-minded. You can't even really get your shit off. You can't even really get your shit off on YouTube. You got to go to Rumble, and or BitChute to really get your shit off the way you want to get it off, in terms of even talking about this type of stuff. Because That's why I had to say for entertainment purposes or esoteric politics. I don't mean no harm to anybody that I actually like bring up in these videos, or if I talk about a certain secret society or organization, or I don't be meaning no motherfucking harm. I'm just talking my shit like I've been doing, and teaching and educating and trying to and speak my truth. But no, they like that's the way they roll. But yeah, them UFOs, man. Even if they want to say, oh, that's just our military, that's just a drone, that's just a drone. It probably is still interdimensional. It ain't some shit that a humans have seen. Why can't we see it now? If it's a drone, show us that it's a drone. You're saying it's a motherfucking drone. Do it again right now then, at night. Have us all come outside and let's test it. That it's a drone, as y'all say. Y'all sat up there and ran a whole troll farm campaign on Twitter attacking anybody who said they saw a UFO or it's a UFO. Oh, that's just a drone. That's just a drone. Bitch, show it right now then. Show it. Go show that right now that that's a drone. The military says it's a drone. Show us that it's a drone. But they haven't done that yet. And that's what I'm saying. You Americans, you got to start asking critical thinking questions. They sat up there. I'm telling you, I saw a troll farm. Or anybody who was saying that they saw anybody that said that they I wish I could show the comments. But anybody that said that they saw the UFO. Matter of fact, we probably could just search it, right? Can we just let's go here, and we could probably just go right here and put in UFO. Okay. Yeah, but every time people was talking about this, it'll be a bunch of comments like this one. Oh, that's just a drone. Oh, that's just that. That was just our military. That was just our. Well, then do it right now. Then, if y'all should be able to show this every day, then the public should be able to become familiar with it.
Bro, what the fuck? What? Why isn't my phone focusing? What?
But they've been doing stuff like that, and I've seen more advanced stuff like that myself. More advanced tech like that in motherfucking Atlanta, which Atlanta is Atlantis. And you better believe they got all types of interdimensional beings in Atlanta. You better believe it. This is Atlanta. Do you know the type of shit they got in the motherfucking Atlanta, the ATL, named after Atlantis in Georgia in the motherfucking United States? This ain't nothing. They got portals in fucking that go to Saturn in fucking Alabama. Just like they got portals in Iran, they got portals in Kenya, they got portals all over the place. They got all types of shit. What the fuck? They got this stuff shit in the Grand Canyon. You walk on the fucking ground. You we don't want to go there. We don't want to go there. You already know what's in that Grand Canyon. Your ass can't go underneath there. You go see that big ass hole in that ground in that Grand Canyon, but they don't let you go up it. Oh, deep in that motherfucking Grand Canyon. They got all types of shit. It's portals in damn Georgia and Atlanta. I've seen some shit, man. I won't even tell you this little stuff that y'all sitting there get all excited about, and I had to be quiet. I couldn't say nothing. I seen it. Dude that was driving me knew that I seen it, and he was looking at me like, "Bitch, you better not say nothing." He saw it too, and it's like he already knew. These people already be on game. You thinking your Uber driver, that stuff be set all up. And I'm telling you, when I said I had shared my story of my own situation with this type of stuff, and I was with an Uber driver, and they had it all planned out. Like you call the Uber, right? You especially if you come from the airport, you tell them which station to pick you up from. Your zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, and so on. They had the driver that because this was when they was still trying to do like these little targeted individual. They was fucking with my Ubers. I'm telling you, it was really like y'all remember when Kanye West said that they had just canceled his Uber and that drink chat champ interview, and everybody didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. They was like, yeah, I couldn't get an Uber. They just canceled. They just wouldn't pick me up. That shit is real. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about then until I experienced that shit myself. Like where you were trying to, and we're not talking about the drivers are not available. We're talking about the drivers will show up. They will get whatever little sign or whatever little thing and cancel that shit right on your ass and drive the fuck off. And you will do it 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And they will not pick you up. And I have experience that happened to me in Nashville, Tennessee. And I would probably have like records or data because they kept on charging like a cancellation fee. It was like totally illegal shit they were doing. So I realized eventually somebody was nice enough to just give me that ride and whatever. I mean, I'm telling you, it had happened like 5 times in a row. They would pick up, and I'm sitting there waiting, and they'll just cancel me. It just wouldn't pick me up. And you'll see the driver right in front of you trying to get, and they'll just bloop, they won't open the door, nothing. And it'll happen back to back to back to back. That's how you know it's like, okay, you getting targeted individual stuff. Like that's the government fuck or whatever that is, the secret society, whatever that is. They just give you white glove treatment, whatever it is. That has happened to me, and I didn't know what the fuck Kanye West was talking about, but that shit is real. But nonetheless, when I got to ATL, airport, I had chose zone 1. And I guess they thought they was gonna continue to fuck with me still, whatever. Oh, we trying to teach her a lesson, whatever, because she came at one of, I guess, they little stupid ass Mason brothers or whatever. I don't know. So I guess they figured instead of going to zone 1, the driver that picked me up, they drove up to zone 5, and they were, I'm telling you, I could see, I could see spiritually that this person was just trying to fuck with me. And I knew they were going to try to do that, whatever they were doing, but somebody intercepted that. Like whoever, and he looked scared because he was like I don't know what he saw on his phone or whatever. He looked at me and he said, "Oh shit, this is above it was above his pay grade," and they canceled whatever that was. But then the another truck pulled up in the right zone, and it was so different. Like we taking over from here because they were still trying to do whatever they were doing in Nashville, Tennessee, and I saw him doing signals or whatever with some of the security, and it was a couple of black trucks around, and some of the security that was at the airport. I saw them signaling like, okay, we got it. They took over the situation pretty much, and I got in the car, whatever. I felt safe. I felt fine. I could tell that who I was with was the entity, though. I knew that immediately, but it didn't bother me. But when we drove, and I saw what I saw pulling up to where my location was, and I saw that shit. And you know how you just want to go and grab a phone and all. I don't think y'all realize that. And that's another thing. Like people will be like, why don't y'all just grab your phone and put? These people get lucky. At least you get a little something. There are certain things that even if you do pull out your phone and you think you're gonna record, the sound, you're gonna record with your camera, and they could turn that shit the fuck off. And you think you recorded it, you ain't recording shit, bitch. And they'll go and hack your motherfucking phone and take that damn footage out. Ask me how the fuck I know. You ain't recording shit. This shit they want you to see. This little drone shit, this ain't nothing. They want whatever this was, even if it's military. They don't care that y'all recorded this. Y'all think what I saw? Y'all think I could just pull out a phone and record that shit? Y'all don't think I was in his car? And I'm telling you, as soon as I was reaching, those who know, you know, they'll cause your motherfucking ass paralyzed. Your cramp, you touch that, they'll touch that phone if you want. You ain't recording shit. You ain't recording. You ain't recording shit. And even if you do pull out your phone and think you're gonna record it, as soon as they push that button, as soon as whoever they communicate on their little app, or even if they could do it through the interdimensionality of their little shit that they know, oh man, y'all don't know how this shit works. They'll take that damn recording off that phone, or you thinking you recording it and they done disabled the motherfucking button on your damn phone. Ask me how the fuck I know. Ask me how I know. You thinking you going about to record and go expose, and your ass play it back and ain't shit on your phone. And you know you pressed the play button, you saw it and everything. And I'm telling you, man, y'all fuck around. You humans, y'all sit up there. We were the alien. Y'all think y'all be careful when you think the 10D beings and 20D beings and shit. 20D beings. Some of them are very nice, and some of them don't give a fuck about you. And some of them want to use you as loosh, but some of them will help, you know. And, luckily, in my situation, there was some that helped. There was some that utterly don't like me, but there are some that will help. And so I just thought that was funny because the shit I saw, it was way more advanced than this. Now that was some advanced shit. This little shit right here, we already see that. This to me is not impressive compared to what I saw in motherfucking Atlanta, Georgia. Trapezoid motherfucking shit. It was in a motherfucking daylight too, with no nighttime. I could have said, pull over, let me get the footage of that. Nah, man, you ain't getting no motherfucking footage of nothing. You better shut up. I'm staring at this shit like that's a motherfucking spacecraft. Like that's not that ain't no motherfucking UFO. That is a mothership. I know exactly what the fuck that is, and I know what dimension it come from. That ain't no. I ain't freak out. That's another thing. Stop doing that shit. Act like y'all got some sense. Act like you are evolved spiritually, at least, because y'all gonna see more of it. Y'all gonna see more and more and more of it. So why are y'all acting all screaming? I'm telling you in this video, what the fuck? Oh!
Bro, what the?
I seen some shit, man, and I had to keep quiet. I can't believe y'all sitting there carrying on like this over that. Y'all that far away from it too.
The fuck? What? Why isn't my phone focusing? What is happening right now? Where is it going? It's landing. That. Um. Um.
It's drones, supposedly. Show us it right now then. If it's drones, government, show us the fuck right now. At nighttime then. Do it again. But they not. Because it's not no motherfucking drone. But it probably is interdimensional technology that the government got. Or is interdimensional beings that they've been motherfucking interacting with our government. It's nothing new. It's already known. But there are some shit that there's our type of cloaking technologies and shit that I ain't gonna get into all of that. We ain't having that conversation. This music and stuff, like y'all gotta get real. That's why people can't take this shit serious, because y'all just make it into some ET weird ass shit. Shit, y'all motherfuckers not ready.
Oh, what is that, Mom?
Look at this.
What?
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit.
What
What
is-
the hell is that?
What is happening? You guys see this? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? What is that? What is that? Oh, what is that, Mom?
What?
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit.
What
What
is-
the hell is that?
What is happening?
See, look at this. Like y'all, this is not how y'all can be acting.
You guys see this? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening?
But you know what? They shouldn't have been hiding this stuff anyways. It should have never been a secret. It should have never been a secret. So now, like, but my thing is, however you want to take it, however you want to, if you don't like this type of information or whatever, that's fine. It's all good. But more and more will come forward. But my thing is, people say that this could be Project Bluebeam. What do y'all think? I guess to me that technology is so old, and I know that a lot of the stuff that, like, even no malls and shit. I mean, simulation theory is real. That's all I'll say. I won't get deep into that stuff, but they don't need to use Project Bluebeam for some fucking UFOs. They've been
Oh, what
using
is that,
Project
Mom?
Bluebeam on your ass for a lot of the stuff that them cruise ships that you be on, and I don't know, and the level of technology that they have, man. Y'all think Project Bluebeam is someone gonna come in and act like it's an alien invasion? Project Bluebeam, holographic technology and hologram shit to trick your perception of thinking of something there. That is so old, y'all. They do that shit with a dog. They do that shit with humans. They literally have some of these humans that y'all think they are holograms. Can't even get into this stuff. It's too deep. We don't went way too esoteric. We don't went way too deep. But that y'all kill me with that Project Bluebeam. They ain't using that shit for no UFOs. They don't have to. That's old. They've been tricking your perception with just minor stuff with that technology. Stupid shit. This simple stuff. Hotels and stuff. It's holographic, but it's 3D holographic. So you still perceive it as real. This whole thing is an illusion. So that's why I like the Project Blue. I mean, if you want to say Project Blue with some elaborate technologies, but they don't got to do that with no motherfucking UFO. If they wanted to come in, whatever they gonna show, that you saw, they wanted you to see. Now they gonna lie and tell you it's a drone. It ain't no damn drone, but it ain't no alien invasion either. It's not no invasion. It's not no ET coming to save you. It ain't no ET coming to harm you. It's just the same motherfuckers that have been on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years. that is in line with certain governments. Some of it is pervasive or predatory interdimensional beings, very pervasive and predatory, and then others are, uh, they mind their business. They don't give a fuck about you. I ain't even gonna hold you. They don't care none of that shit you talking about. But yeah, do I think that this stuff was? I don't know. This was viral yesterday. It was everywhere. Everybody was talking about it. This could even be a distraction. A lot of this stuff be psyops because every time they want to distract you with something, they come out with some damn UFO shit. As if I can't wait till y'all realize that this is just normal happenstance stuff, and that way it's not even a big deal anymore. So that way they can't use it to psychologically fuck with you. They can't use it as a psyop. They can't use it to go viral. They can't use it to, it's just so obvious. Like the shit that I saw in Atlanta, it was to me. I knew what it was. It was so obvious, and it was very advanced tech, more so than that bullshit you saw in that video. Very much, I was much closer, and it just wasn't a big deal. It's to me, stuff that I know, stuff that I have seen, and even the gnosis of interdimensional information from my higher self. Just none of this stuff is shocking. It just will not shock me. It's not going to be shocking if they come out with nothing. And I can't wait till everybody else get to that way. So that way you could tell the difference between blue beam technology and a psychological operation and uh, uh, a real UFO from maybe a different dimension. Um, and military advanced interdimensional military technology. One day we'll get there, but right now we're not there, and so we're a little too early. But at least they try. But I mean, it ain't no alien invasion. It's just the same shit they've been doing. Our government been in bed with them entities for fucking hundreds of since the inception of this country. Shit, I want to y'all like Americans. Y'all really be shocked, man. Some stuff. We ain't even gonna go there. Some things you have to leave alone, especially because we do it. It's still a political video. We still gotta somewhat keep it cute. We just can't get into we can't just go off the rails with the information because it's like people really, it's not even about what other people think because it doesn't matter. But um, you won't be too tangential. But yep, that's all I wanted to talk about for today. I am going to do I'll probably come back either today or tomorrow. I don't know. I'm getting hungry because I didn't eat all day. So I do need to probably take a break. Give me something to eat. I'll get back on here because I want to do another video. Yep. Let me look at the comments because I know people be saying stuff. Can y'all hear me? Wait a minute. Oh, I got cut off the air. Let's see. Is it still on? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna come back on here. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Royal Deluxe, Kelly. I hope I pronounced your name right. Bouncing off now. Oh, you're welcome. I know I was getting too deep. You probably like, look, I ain't got time to hear about this interdimensional alien shit. Yeah. Oh yes, ma'am. Trust the photon. Yep, the light. Yep, that's some real shit. Yep. So I'm glad to see you, Royal Deluxe. I sure was thinking, I'm like, I didn't see him in a minute. So it's good to see you. Yeah, but I'm gonna get up off of here. I want to do a product haul. So I got some pretty cool. It's a wellness haul, but we saw product hauls. Well, it's a wellness where I just want to get some information out about like some pretty cool supplements like royal jelly and methylene blue and certain things like that. So this will be a nice little wellness haul of things that I want to information I want to get out. I think we'll be talking about yes, methylene blue, and I have to be careful when talking about that type of stuff, but I'm gonna try to do my best and do it justice to get information out about that royal jelly. It's a supplement. Am I covering CoQ10? And I'm not covering CoQ10. I got a list of some things that I just want to talk about with those that rock with me, just like share information. Pretty much that's all it is. Like, oh hey guys, this cool. I came across this cool supplement. I like this. I wanted to tell you guys. Probably already know about it, but nonetheless, I still want to get information out that I know can help other people on their journey towards wholeness and wellness and whatever journey they on. Yep. So I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Love you guys. Bye.